Go ahead and call the Thursday, June 11th, 2026 Board of Commissioners agenda session to order. I'd like to welcome everyone here. Just a great note, most of us just came from the medical school grand opening, Methodist University, Cape Fear Valley Health Medical School. Great event, great building, great day for the community. But that is why we have moved our meeting to 3 p.m. today. So with that, I will ask Commissioner Tyson to bring us the invocation and pledge.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you're able, please stand. Gracious Heavenly Father, we praise and thank you for this day. We thank you for the opportunity to be here today to attend the great grand opening for the new medical school, as the chairman said. I pray that it would be a blessing to this community. Help us as we move through these agenda items and do the will of the community and your will. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, at this time, we'll go ahead and move to item 1, approval of the agenda. County Manager Greer, anything to remove or add?
There are two resolutions I think need to be added by the county attorney once it get there. He is. Outside of that, Chairman, there are no additional additions to the agenda. Rick, you have a couple of things you would like to add?
And we're going to pull item L, correct? The subdivision ordinance?
Yes, sir.
So we're going to pull that, and then you need to add item...
Mr. Chairman, I've asked that walk on a resolution from the Board of Education that we just got a short while ago, requesting the Board of Commissioners consent with some extension of Celebration Drive. I'm having copies made to give to everybody.
We've got a resolution from the Board of Education that they're seeking consent on. You'll pass that out and discuss that. We'll move that to item L based on the subdivision orders being pulled. Anything else to add to the agenda? Closed session for attorney-client and property acquisition. No changes to that?
No changes.
Okay. Commissioners, any other changes? Seeing none, Vice Chairman Jones, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda with changes noted.
I move that we approve the agenda with the noted changes that have been discussed at this time.
Second. We have a motion to approve the agenda as presented and amended. Been properly seconded. All in favor, raise your... Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
We'll go ahead and move to item 2, approval of the May 14th, 2026 agenda session minutes. Madam Clerk, any changes to those minutes as presented? Hearing none, Vice Chairman, I entertain a motion to approve those minutes.
Yes, I move that we approve the minutes from the May 14th, 2026 agenda at this time.
Second.
Got a motion to approve the May 14th agenda session minutes. Been properly seconded. Any questions or comments on the motion? Seeing none, I ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
We'll go ahead and move to item 3, consideration of agenda items, Crown Theater and Arena modernization renovation scope. County Manager Greer, you recognize.
Yes, as we start the modernization of the Crown Theater modernization, the Crown Theater and Arena modernization, I wanted to make sure that the board met our owner representative and provide an update regarding the project, and also get some preliminary scope questions answered. Today we have here Jessica Killian, Gina Beulah, is Naomi here? Naomi's not here. Jessica will start off the presentation. Gina will start off the presentation, and then Christina Grimes, our actual project manager, will ask the scope questions.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I am Jenna Bueller from Turner and Townsend Hury. I am our National Director of Cultural Projects. As Clarence mentioned, I am joined by Christina Grimes, who is our lead project manager and initial point of contact, so she works with all of you very closely. She's based in North Carolina, just up the road a little bit. We're also joined by our Regional Director, Jessica Killian, as well as our project manager, Leonard Hughes, so we are here to answer questions as they come through. So just to frame out a little bit of where we are in process, you have approved our contract. There is a pre-planning phase with the design team, and you have a construction manager who is ready to move forward. And now a piece of what we are trying to do is really help to align and get direction from you all as to what's the scope, what is the true focus of where you want this to be spent, how are we delivering for the community, and what's most important. And so what we've done is we've looked through the guiding principles. We've talked about those a lot. We've taken time with different team members, with your operator Oakview Group. We've started to look at this in depth, but now we're really focused on where do you want this project to go and how do you frame out success. So today we wanted to talk to you about a couple of different buckets of questions, and Christina and I are going to take you through some of that. So some of these may be just really easy to spitfire and answer questions to us. Some of this may be a little bit more of a discussion, and we can have additional information that either we can answer for you this afternoon or that we can go back and get more information on. So high level, those buckets are about vision, scope, and the operations of the facility. Then we've got items about the project site, and we also want to talk about priorities and limitations of the current facility in terms of its current state today. And then looking at the dollars, the anticipated target project budget, and potential future scope. We've had a lot of conversations about the deferred maintenance budget and the CIP and how that comes in. And then we want to talk a little bit about communications. We've spent some time with Diane to start moving that forward, so we wanted to frame that out. So if everyone's okay with that, we'll just start at our 30,000-foot view and go down a bit. Are there any questions?
Yeah, so I'm going to kind of shake this a little bit, County Manager. I think we received your document yesterday or the day before. As you can imagine, we're in the middle of budget, and so there's a lot of horsepower being spent around that. This is important, and we need to understand it and provide the information to keep the project moving. I think, Board, if you're comfortable, I think we need to receive the information, see the questions, and then maybe come back on the 15th at our meeting and deliver the answers to those questions. We need to kind of hear it and digest it. I don't know if everybody's had an opportunity to go through that. Some of the things that you're going to talk to us about, and I went through it, these are foundational questions, and I don't want to push through this in a meeting and not give the board the adequate time to go through this. This is the first time we're meeting our construction manager at risk. I think it's important that we hear where the questions are and articulate those questions so it's not on a text document that we read. We appreciate getting that in advance, of course, County Manager. And then let us absorb that and then maybe come back and we can try to do it on the 15th. I'll talk, we'll have a conversation with the board once we kind of receive this information and the questions. And more importantly, isolate the decision points that we need. And then we'll find a time to come back and give you those answers, this month so we're not slowing down the process. Does that make sense? Board, are you okay with that? Because it's a lot of information. I know when I went through it, it's a lot of information, and we could consume the next 2.5 hours talking about it. So, County Manager, I don't want to interrupt your timeline, but I think...
That's fine. I don't think it will so much. They'll provide a general update as to what's been done and what's going to happen in the next couple of months.
But I do believe, make sure we understand from the document that's been provided, the decision points that you need from us. I like to clearly understand those so we can make sure the board is giving you the timely decisions we need to keep a project moving.
Absolutely. So what I will do quickly is I'll speak to you from the perspective of us representing you as your owner representative of what we think is most important that your design team needs and what your CM, your construction manager needs, and then I'll let Christina give you a general update of all of those pieces coming through. So I would say the most important decisions right now is between the theater and the arena. What is the most important piece of that project? There's a lot of wants and possibilities, we do know that there are critical needs on both sides of that facility. As we've spoken to Oakview Group, your operator, we have learned that there's a lot of revenue generation opportunity with looking at premium access levels, concessions, VIP services related to what's happening in the theater. As Oakview Group, who's an international operator of facilities, will come and tell us in many situations, finding the ancillary dollars to what they're selling for tickets is where they're trying to find financial sustainability. And we were just with them, walking the building and thinking about where are the spaces that are possible. And then the question comes up immediately, well, what needs to maintain and stay at the arena? They have a program and a look at what can happen at the arena in terms of keeping the basketball team there. That's a great space for them. There are modifications that need to happen to do that. But then the interconnectivity of the expansion that connects the theater and the arena together, I think the big question mark here is, where does that priority go? Does priority go to taking that into how the theater operates and where revenue generates? Does it go the other way in terms of what the arena can do? And really, truly, and how this is going to deliver for your community, for the economic impact across the county. Where are you seeing this, and where are you seeing this hit your goals of destination and delivery as well? That's one big question that is really, I think, holding up a big piece of then the prioritization that comes down. So I'll pause there real quick on that decision, just to make sure there's no questions. Okay. Yes, sir?
Is there data or points around those decisions? So one of the things we talked about early on is understanding the programming that would happen in both, the revenue side.
Mm-hmm.
We said we want to make sure we're maximizing revenue. Is there data versus just what 7 of us think?
Absolutely. I think the recommendation that we would bring to you is Oakview Group has provided us with some anecdotal ideas and information about where they would like to see changes. And what I would like to do is work with them to really get a pro forma developed that says, if we would do this, this is where the revenue is coming from, and this is what we would need. If we would do this in the arena, that's what that would be, so that you can have a data basis for what that is. And I would recommend that that pro forma process is something that we help navigate with them over the next few weeks, so that you can really have that data basis there of what's happening today and what could happen in the future.
Okay.
Okay?
Go ahead.
Great. So the other piece that comes down to it then as well, once we know where is the priority and where are the goals within it, then the question really comes down to budget. How much budget do we have for the project to move this forward in those priority areas? Because then what we can start to do from there is really understand what is necessary to get the building back up to code and functioning. Then what are, as I call, the add-ons on top of that? How much money is left for that? Because then we can start to look at your revenue generation per square foot that comes in that pro forma, and we can look at how are we going to create these spaces, what can we do within the current budget, and then can come back to say, here's your base that has to be done, here's the money that's left over, here are your different scenarios, and then here's how this relates to your pro forma. I think those would be the two biggest questions right now that are holding up any level of further design and implementation.
Yeah, program development.
Yep, yeah.
So a question around that, again, I'm going to go back to the data. So understanding what our base scope is, so if we're bringing it up to all compliance and the things that we need to do, understanding what that cost is, even in the two different scenarios, based on if you're using the arena as existing or combining the two. And then what are the enhancements based on, of course, the programming that's been recommended, and I'm sure y'all had a discussion to drive revenue in those facilities. So that again would give us data, instead of pulling a number out of the sky, it'll allow us to say, here's our baseline, and then here are a couple of different enhancements, and if you want this, it's this, if you want this, it's this, that way. And that'll help us make those two decisions, so having that data before we make these decisions is important.
So I'm going to let Christina speak real quickly to the process that's coming through in the facilities condition assessment, so that we can understand where that base would come from.
Okay.
And then my understanding from what I'm hearing is then you want to take that base that's going to have the data and then apply different scenarios within their pro forma to different options to then be able to come back to say, you have to do this no matter what. If you did this as theater priority, this is what it would cost. If you did this as arena priority, this is what it would cost. And then this is almost the bottom line impact to the community based off of delivery.
All driven off of program revenue, the highest generating programs that even that we may not be doing in there, that Oakview Group as our consultant has said, this is an opportunity that we see in other markets, that you can highest, best use of revenue. You explained it exactly what we need, I think, so the board can make an informed, data-driven decision, which we want to do.
Okay, fantastic. That is very helpful for us to drive on the data. I'm going to have Christina give you an update just to make sure everything we're going to do is where you need it. So I'll swap with you.
Oh, Christina, before you start board, are we okay with that? Want to make sure comfortable? Okay. Christina?
So how we are heading in the direction of getting that data, the building 3D scan has been completed. That was necessary because the as-built drawings were not accurate. There were a lot of missing parts and pieces, and those can become very expensive surprises if we don't kind of beat the bushes and get that information out. So that 3D dimension, or that 3D scan, has been completed. They're now taking that information and building a BIM model. So those who were scanning the building are now building the BIM model. That is anticipated to be ready and turned over to the design team on July 7th, 7/7. And so at that point in time, some of the consultants, we've got 9 different consultants, design consultants, who are looking at different aspects of the building. Acoustics, AV, mechanical, plumbing, electrical, all those building systems. So the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing, those building systems, those design consultants need that 3D model in order to complete their facility condition assessments. So we're not anticipating facility condition assessments being to the design, like the design leader, SFLA, until the end of July. Once they get those, we will get those, we will distribute those, and it will start to build what that needs scope is. And so that's what we're anticipating. We're not anticipating having, things are moving forward, but we are not anticipating having the FCAs ready and available till the end of July, at which point then we can start processing that information and disseminating that information, probably for discussion in either August or September, depending on how much pricing you want to go with that. Full-blown pricing that's really bulletproof, that we understand, that we can answer very pointed questions about, is probably September.
Can you talk about what's starting with the theater consultants and that FCA
Yeah.
starting next week?
So there are certain consultants who don't need the 3D models in order to start their work, and so that is actually scheduled for June 24th. We had a coordination meeting yesterday, we have a coordination meeting next week, and then they're going to be on site June 24th to walk through the building. And so they're going to be looking at AV, acoustics, some of the things that aren't the mechanical, plumbing, electrical systems, so that we can get as much information as soon as possible. Hazmat testing has also been completed, but we do not have the report yet for what the results are. So a lot of groundwork has been covered, and we are moving forward, but we do anticipate spending the next 6 weeks collecting that information before it's available in report form.
So I think what I'm hearing then is, if we're going to look to what was just framed up to help us make decisions, we're not really going to be ready to look at that until September.
I think we can provide preliminary information in August,
Okay.
and then that gives us time to figure out how we want to discuss it. Any follow-up questions that you'd like us to answer before we do a presentation in September.
Okay. Board, does that make you feel comfortable with that? I mean, there's a lot of preliminary work that has to happen. And I just want us to have all the data to make the decision. Commissioner Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So kind of going through the project vision, scope, and trying to visualize it for myself, is the 3D renderings or the 3D images of the facility as it is today, and not the as-builts from a long time ago, are they in a format where you could share it with the board so we'd be able to start digesting and looking at it? Or
I'm not
do you have any-
100% sure what kind of software it's going to be available in, and if we're going to be able to post that for viewing. We will get there eventually, I just don't know how soon we're going to be there. Usually you have to have a site that hosts it, because those models are gigabytes, they're enormous. but you also have to have an embedded software that allows you to manipulate it kind of without training and that type of stuff. So we can definitely work on that. We have also met with Diane Rice to develop a communications policy to figure out how we need to communicate. We've got a written communications policy to create ground rules for the entire team to work with, and an approval process so that when we want to release project information, we're doing it in the right way and in the right places. And that we'll be working with Clarence as well to make sure that you guys are getting periodic updates as frequently as you want them as well.
Commissioner Patel, is it fair to say that it would be helpful just for your onboarding and base of information on that data side if we can find a way that the 3D scan of the building is something that you all could digest at this table, whether it's at your computers or somewhere else?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think instead of looking at kind of like a cold dark shell in my head, if it was on paper, even in a simplified version, it allowed for some note taking and
Yeah.
questions.
Absolutely, yeah, especially as we were just walking around the space, it's like, what's behind that wall? You can see it on a flat piece of
Right.
paper, but what's there? This also really helps to understand structurally how the building is and isn't, right? And all of those little nooks and crannies and tunnels underneath and all of that. So, yeah, I think we can work with the team to help that.
Yeah, we're going to have two different models. So one will be the 3D scan and then one will be the BIM model. So, we have two different options if one type of software is not as accessible or not as user-friendly. That's the other thing, is we don't want to give you something that you can't crack into, so.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioners, other questions on kind of next steps? So I think what I'm hearing again is we'll begin to get the data around the scope, and then so we understand the pro forma with the programming, and then also the baseline and the enhancements, and between those two, that will allow us to make some decisions on two entities, one entity, what are we programming, what are our costs, what are that. Commissioner Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as that information comes back, what I'd also like to see kind of broken out is what would normally be considered R&M or CapEx that's separate from modernizing the facility, because we know that for a long time, it was the idea that these facilities would go dark. So we know there's a lot of deferred maintenance. And what I don't want to see is that this budget gets bloated because we loaded up with deferred maintenance and then we can't actually provide the enhancement to the community that we're talking about because we didn't do the maintenance we should have done all along. So I would like those items broken out as we move forward and separated out, because we handle that kind of in our budget process. And that's something we can handle at this level. We don't need that to be included in the modernization of the facility.
Question of clarification there, in terms of looking at the O&M and the out years within that, with the technical production equipment specifically, you'll have replacement cycles that come anywhere between 5 to 8 years consistently. Are you also interested in the capital replacement for anything that would be brought in new as well? And then how far out would you like us to do those out years? Are you looking at a 10-year, a 15-year, a 20-year? We've got opportunity to do them all, but I think just how far out would you like to look in terms of impact on capital?
Well, so for example, if I may, Mr. Chairman, we know that the roofing system may be at its lifespan. Okay, so putting a roof on the building doesn't really modernize the facility. It maintains the facility. We know the chiller or the water tower may be at its lifespan. So we don't need to add a $500,000 chiller to our modernization when that's really a function of R&M or CapEx. Right now, the theater doesn't have a sound system.
Right.
Sound system's brought in, so there is no sound system. The lighting system is pretty old. The arena, on the other hand, has a very limited sound system. So, I would say if we're not increasing our bathroom footprint, if we're not increasing the experience of people coming in, if it's just an O&M, which is, it's pretty delineated, then, that's not really contributing to the experience of our community.
So we have a copy of that deferred maintenance list, and so we have already circulated that amongst our team to identify any items that when we bring you that data, that we can say, this is on your deferred maintenance list, but we are going to be required to address this as part of our code compliance. Or if there's a way to change the HVAC system that would change significantly the cooling tower, the capacity of that cooling tower, then it may not be a one-for-one swap. So we are anticipating providing you with that data for anything that's on that list that we feel we have to be careful about carving out because it has consequential damages to the project or consequential issues to the project. We've also clarified that, hey, yes, you could do this as deferred maintenance, but there could also be cost savings associated with doing it as part of the larger project. So we are planning to provide you with that data for that reason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Tyson. Vice Chairman Jones, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have two questions. The first one is, I'm sure it's in our notes, but one refresher, especially for our listening audience. Where are we at this time with the overall, before we start going into additional maintenance that's needed? What's the cost of this project again, overall? Manager Greer, I guess you can answer that.
That's part of these initial meetings and questions that we have. From that, the questions will develop the budget from the responses that we get on these questions.
But where are we at now?
I have to go back
Before we do this
and,
additional, can someone give me a ballpark, just?
as far as this project right now,
Yes, before we get into additional costs.
it's just a preliminary budget of $4 million to get the start of the scope and advanced planning to start it.
Okay, and then I would say if we're going to do these additional add-ins, as he was stating, to make it more appealing and not only that, but just efficient for our community, let's assure that we have, because as we know, the features right now are non-sufficient and inadequate when it comes to handicap, so we need to make sure we add in that additional, most updated for that as well, because it's not up to par as is. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Baseline. Commissioner Adams, did you have a comment?
No, sir.
Okay.
I'm good, thank you.
Commissioners, anything else? Any other questions? Two things. One, as we look at the communications plan, I'm sure you're going to roll that out. Does part of that contain the Commissioners Hub? I'm sure we'll be using kind of an internal like we do our other projects, but then a public-facing communications hub. Okay. And then just at some point letting us know the timing of when that's coming up as y'all flush out the communications plan. Anything else that you need direction from us to be able to get us those two pieces of information so that we can give you some direction?
No, sir, I think that's great. We'll probably have a midpoint check-in for that pro forma and operations, because then that will lead into the information that comes back in August and September. But I think we've got our orders to go get set. Mr. Jerry, you need anything else?
No, I would just say that I've been real pleased with the work that they've done, and also the work that we're starting with SFLA and also MEDCOM.
One last note, if we can, Madam Clerk, if you can help me with this, and it's my responsibility as well, but if we have updates on Crown modernization, I want to make sure OVG and the Crown Commission Chair is alerted to that agenda item so that they can, if they want to attend, I just want to make sure they've been notified. So if you can help me with that, I'd appreciate that. Anything else?
Nothing else.
Thank you both. Great to meet you. We've heard great things. We're looking forward to a great project that moves at the rate we need to move. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Board, we'll go ahead and move to item B, resolution adoption, Cumberland Hope Regional Hazard Mitigation Plan. County Manager Greer.
Yes, I'll turn this one over to Gary Crumpler, Emergency Services Director.
Good afternoon, Board.
Good afternoon.
Before you to present, I have with me China Galt before you to present the 5-year update to the Cumberland Hope Regional Hazard Mitigation Plan. This plan keeps us eligible to receive FEMA PA assistance and also keeps us eligible to receive grants like the BRIC, HMA, and other federal type pass-down programs. At the what we're asking is that this item be moved to consent for the 15th meeting, should you choose to approve it. So I'll turn it over to China Galt, EM Planner, to present this item.
So before we move through the presentation, you know the question I'm going to ask if you haven't learned how I'm running agendas. So Director Crumpler, is there anything, information was provided ahead of time? We appreciate that. Is there any changes to anything that has been provided to the board previously?
The only thing, Chairman, is we went through and updated our hazard mitigation actions near the back of the plan to show what we have completed. A big theme whenever former Commissioner Keefe was here was, what have you done pertaining to this plan? So we've installed stream gauges, we've done stream debris cleanouts, and a plethora of other things that you can view.
So if there's any updates to what you've accomplished or what's been updated, what's been shown to us in our agenda packet, if you can just give us those updates, and then I'm going to open it up for board discussion or comments.
So just the items that I talked about, Chairman. The only major thing as far as the plan, the overall plan itself, is we added cybersecurity as one of the things. That's not something that a whole lot of counties are doing, but we thought with the board's appetite that would be the best thing to do. And then otherwise, they've just updated the data points as far as the occurrences over the last 5 years. Other than that, it's pretty standard.
Board, open it up for questions or comments. I appreciate you adding in the cybersecurity. That's a big piece.
And my stream
Commissioner Adams,
debris.
you recognize.
And the stream debris. We talked about that, cleaning those up, because that was what happened during the hurricane. So thank you so very much.
Yes, sir. And we work closely with Mitch Miller and his team over there at Soil and Water. Also, thing to remember, board, is that this plan, as in any emergency management plan, is living and breathing. You can go back through resolution and change it at any point in time you want.
Board, other questions on this item? Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized.
Thank you. And thank you, Director Crumpler. I know you and your team always do a good job of keeping us on track, so thank you for what you do. County Manager, I know we had some funding that was allocated for stream mitigation with Soil and Water, and I know we're going through the budget process. Is there still some funds left available for that, using that toolbox?
Yes, I don't know. I don't know right offhand. I have to bring that back.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
no
I'll send an email about the dollar amount.
I just wanted to make sure we had some still available as we continue moving forward with the plan. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Adams, you're recognized, round two.
And I guess as you talk about that, there was that $1 million out at Methodist. Did we use all that up? And
I think all of that has been extinguished.
Okay.
Yeah.
I did very good. Thank you.
We
I
spent
came
all,
back. Let me
I think
check.
I had to go back, but we spent all that last fiscal year.
That's fine. I just don't want them to have to say we hadn't been spending it.
Anything else, commissioners? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion. Commissioner Fairclough, you're recognized.
Thank you, sir. This time I'd move to approve the resolution adopting the Cumberland County, Polk County Regional Hazard Mitigation Plan in place on the June 15, 26 Board of Commissioners regular meeting agenda as an item of consent.
Second motion.
We've got a motion to approve the resolution adopting the Cumberland Hope Regional Hazard Mitigation Plan. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion or comments on the motion? Seeing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
And we will go ahead. Thank you, Director Crumpler. We'll go ahead and move forward to item C, bid award for Crown Coliseum Agricultural Expo dedicated boiler.
Yes, if we repair or work on the boiler at the Crown Expo and Coliseum, we have an update. Faith Phillips, Assistant County Manager, will present this item, answer any questions you may have.
Yes, sir. Thank you, County Manager Greer. Good afternoon, Commissioners. There are no changes to the information that was provided in your packet for this item. And I can answer any questions that you may have. Or I'll do my best to answer any questions you may have.
Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Without objection, I make a motion that we approve the Crown Coliseum Agricultural Expo dedicated boiler project to Hair Plumbing and Mechanical Company Incorporated in the amount of $229,600. We authorize the staff to negotiate and prepare a contract for execution to be presented at a future Board of Commissioners meeting upon pre-audit and legal certification, and place it as an item of consent on the June 15th, 2026 Board of Commissioners regular meeting agenda.
Second.
Before I'll open it up. Motion to approve the Crown Coliseum Expo dedicated boiler contract. It's been properly seconded. Any discussions or comments on the motion or questions on the item? Okay, hearing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
We'll go ahead and move to item D, request for Cumberland County Employee Child Care Center. County Manager Greer.
Yeah, there was additional information requested regarding our child care center. Faith Phillips, Assistant County Manager, will present this item and answer any questions you may have. Faith.
Thank you, County Manager Greer. Commissioners, there is a few additions to the information that were in your packet. The request remains the same. However, I did bring forward information about the TRICARE, NC TRICARE program, which is in your packet. I also have with me today Ms. Tammy Cogdale, our Director of our Child Care Center. And so I want to recognize her for being here with us today and recognize Ms. Cogdale for all of her work. Ms. Cogdale, do you mind just standing up and saying hello to the board? She is our Child Care Center Director with years of experience. So just a little bit about the TRISHARE program, and this is the Moore County TRISHARE program. The handouts are in your packet, but Andrea also has paper copies with her that she can hand out if needed for the board at any time. So just a little bit about the TRISHARE program and the budget for the County Employee Child Care Center while we're in budget season. So this fiscal year for 2026, $40,949 was allocated for utilities and phone for the first year with the contracted provider per our contract. We did have some one-time expenses of some fencing that we needed to continue from the original opening of the facility. The total expense that we had for fiscal year 26 was $56,309. There are no dollars in the fiscal year 27 budget for this initiative, other than we've got regular maintenance of the facility that happens with any of our other facilities. On to the TRICARE share program. Just a very brief overview for time. It is a cost share program where it is 1/3 of the state, 1/3 of the employer, and 1/3 of the employee. Each of third, there is a 9% per month per share administrative fee. So for example, our infant rate at our Employee Child Care Center is $971 a month. So each share, the employer, the employee, and the state would be $323 a month roughly, plus the 9% administrative fee. So that's a total of about $352.80 a month each. And then an employee yearly contribution for this example for the employee would be roughly $4,233.60. This is just one example. The cost of the TRISHARE program to an employer is based upon the number of employees or the amount of money that they want to cover. And all of this is in the information in your packet. The TRISHARE program is available to employees that are at 185% to 300% of the federal poverty level. It is not available to employees that are eligible for other subsidies, so DSS or the military child care aware. But when I was on the phone with the administrator of the program in Moore County, they did say that there is legislation and conversations that is working for those who may be on the wait list for DSS subsidy, and they are seeing traction around that. That has not come out at this time. Additionally, like I said, additional information on TRISHARE is in your packet. So that is the additional information that was not in the original. And I can do my best to answer any questions you may have, and I also have Ms. Cogdale here to answer any questions you may have.
Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I noticed and thank you for that very comprehensive presentation, ACM Phillips. I noticed in the presentation you had FY26, there would be a total expense for about $56,000, but that's just for the center. That's not for the program, correct?
We don't pay anything for the program. So the program is completely run by the operator. So the operator per the contract is responsible for staffing, meals, supplies, everything.
Okay.
And so we pay the utility, for the first year we paid the utilities as per the contract, and then we do the maintenance on the building.
Gotcha. Okay, that answers my question. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioners, other questions? Vice Chairman Jones, and I'll come to you, Commissioner Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And could you, for the sake of our community, as this has been brought up a few times, provide the information in regards to that, looking into the substance? We were stating that they have a program very similar in Southern Pines. Can you give us that research information briefly?
Yes, ma'am. So are you asking, clarifying the Moore County Trash Share Program that we talked about? You want more information on that? I want to make sure I'm understanding your question.
Yes, can you just provide that for our listening audience, as they don't, yes,
Yes,
they make it a lot simplified, if you don't mind, please.
Yes, ma'am. There is a trash share program. It is a one-third cost share program. It is a North Carolina initiative. It is run through Moore County, and it is where one-third of the state pays. The state pays one-third, the employer pays one-third, and then the employee pays one-third. They pay one-third a month plus a 9% administrative fee. And the cost is determined by the number of employees that the employer wants to cover, and by the child care rates. It's available to employees of an organization at 185 to 300% of the federal poverty level. It's not available to those that are eligible for DSS or military subsidy. And then there's additional information in the packet.
Go ahead, follow.
And that additional information, it does cover that of our school teachers, caseworkers. That's what I'm getting at. If you could elaborate on that, number one, and they do get to pick their own child care providers, correct?
So with the Trash Share program, the information that I found, the employer has to enroll in the program. So example, the county, or if someone works for the school system, the school system would have to choose to be a part of that program, and then they would have to determine, based upon their budget capacity, how much money they could fund, or what the eligibility criteria would be. And so folks could partner with a provider, and it would be open to the folks in that organization.
Follow-up, thank you. The research that I thought that the staff was going to do is, if I'm not correct, well, I am correct, that their county is providing substance, they're helping out with that budget-wise. That's what I thought you all were going to look into. What amount, how do they go about, how long? Because it's my understanding that their county is providing support budget-wise. I was really more interested, to be quite transparent about it, of you all seeking that specific, since we are the county and we're in the middle of budget. So it's my understanding that their county, and also, since we had a big presentation with a Smart Start for Children, all of this, with us in the city, that is the research that maybe I didn't make myself clear, but I thought I did respectfully. I wanted to know the operational process of that, because their Partnership for Children, as well as their county, are providing support. So the task that I was requesting was for you all to find out the operational, as well as that of the process of how much money is their county providing, how long has this been provided, and that of how they're collaborating with their Smart Start partnership, so that perhaps we then ourselves could see if that is something that this county wanted to provide entities of financial budgeting, since we're in the middle of budget, as well as partnership with Smart Start here. That's what the assignment was. Has that information been provided?
So when I spoke with the Moore County representative for the Trash Share program, they have not had any counties at this time from the Moore County program that have taken and started this program. So they did not have any counties. They have spoken with some counties, but the Moore County Trash Share program, they have not had any counties that have taken and become employers in this.
Okay, well, we'll talk offline, because I've also did my research. Perhaps it's a different program, but they do have some county support. But I'll send that to the staff. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Adams, recognized.
Just I got a couple of points. One, this is the one that came down from the state.
Yes, sir.
And these are the funds. It's not a Moore County program. Moore County just administers the program, and because they got the Smart Starts in all of these counties, like 5 counties, and that's the way it's actually done through the state. And our partnership didn't get it.
Moore Counties did.
Moore County did, but they're supposed to do it for anybody that wants to go into that into the program.
Yes, sir.
So that's one thing. The second thing is on this proposal to open up the child care. So halfway down, so everybody will know where I am. I don't know what page that is. It's next to the last page. It talks about the order of employment of governmental agencies to be able to do this, I don't understand why we wouldn't have gone with first responders first. They work at night, they work all kind of crazy hours, and so to me, that should have been over the judges, the courts, and all of that. And I do believe the state probably pays higher than some of these counties and some of these cities' employees are getting locally. I just think that we ought to start with first responders, then you can go to City of Fayetteville employees of Cumberland County, and the rest of those are state agencies. Those state agencies should fall behind those. So for the boards, I don't know if y'all want to consider that, but I do think the first responders, those police officers at night, and you're worried about where your child might be or whatever, some of them are single parents, they ought to be first. I just think that that's public safety. And it's just an order of how they're going to be able to be looked at when they come in.
And in full transparency, Commissioner Adams, I started with those who worked in the same building with us for efficiency of communications in case we had any, so there was nothing more than that, other than that.
I understand that, but, and that makes sense, but I think that first responders are just,
Absolutely.
they're out there in that line of fire, they ought to get first dibs on it.
So, Commissioner, just to clarify, so in this list, we're already covering our county first
Right,
responders.
yeah.
It would just be the Fayetteville Police would be up front,
Or the fire department.
or the fire department, and then City of Fayetteville employees, and then Cumberland County Schools, and then the judicial.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think,
That's fine. I'm just clarifying.
Yeah,
I'm just clarifying and making a point that ours are already in there.
ours are in there.
Sheriff, EMS,
Yes, sir.
all those.
That's on me. I should have thrown it there, I'm sorry.
I'm just, so we can flip some
Absolutely.
of those,
Yeah.
okay.
When
That
you
was
make
just-
the motion, you can flip it.
Well, I would, what I would ask, Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion, but all I'll ask is that first responders be first, and then they can look at the rest of them, the City of Fayetteville and all that. I think that's a staff kind of thing, but I think
Guidance.
from here, the guidance is first responders, fire department, police departments.
Absolutely.
And Assistant Manager Phillips, just so we're clear, your ask is to take a phased opening of 50% or 67 spaces of our availability and go ahead and offer it to these
Correct. Yes, sir.
spaces. Okay.
And the idea behind the phase was as we work, I didn't want to overwhelm Ms. Cogdell and her team, so kind of start and go through there.
Commissioners, other questions on this? I know we're going to get offline on the tri-share, and if we can implement that or look to implement that, that's something that can be brought back to us for the cost or the cost share in that. But it's a good explanation of the program.
So with the TriShare, I can answer that now if that's okay. So with the TriShare program, if we wanted to implement that, that would be a decision that the board would have to make to take and put funds aside to do that. And then, so it would be funds that the board puts aside, and then we could look at the number of employees that could be assisted in the funds that you're putting aside. That's how that program would work.
Vice Chairman Jones, and I'll go to Commissioner Adams.
And offline, I will be sending you all, because I don't want, in lieu of time and to stay on track, there was other information I requested that was not looked into. I'll be glad to resend the email. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Adams, you recognize.
The problem, I don't really have a problem with the program, but is it fair to all our employees where we're only going to do those that are 185, which is the bottom of the line, and they ought to have some. So is it to the point that staff can look at, we just do a subsidy for our employees who are there, which might be cheaper than doing the TRICARE. If you're going to bring stuff back, that would be, I would ask to bring that back. That might be a lower cost and do a subsidy across the board for Cumberland County government employees.
So once we get the additional information from Vice Chairwoman, we could look to bring that back, as well as our own Cumberland program. I know you've looked at that in previous years, and we want to be sensitive to tax impact, and I'll leave that up to Commissioner Fairclough. But, so maybe we can look at that in a future meeting.
Yes,
That
sir.
works. But at this time, we want to go ahead, the action you're looking for is to go ahead and expand or allow enrollment of non-Cumberland County.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other questions? Is that good for direction for the next step, Commissioner
Yes.
Patel? Question?
I just have a question or maybe something for clarity, kind of piggyback off of Commissioner Adams. If we're going to look at eligibility at levels on the TRISHARE program, just to make it equitable, could you come back with, because I guess my concern is, some of these household sizes, eight person, 300,000 or 300% is still, it's 167, which seems like a lot, but for eight home person maybe. So I don't know if maybe if we're gonna do for subsidies, there are a line where it's a comparative eligibility maybe.
If I may offer, to kind of answer this question, when I was talking with the Smart Start representative of this program, one item they offered that they can provide for an organization is an audit of the staff, and an audit of the staff who would be eligible for the program based upon salary and household, and they do that information for us.
For free?
I did not ask that, but I can find that out and bring it to you. I should have asked that question. I think it was free, but I don't want to make a mistake.
Vice Chairman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I would also request that our staff would provide information or have a meeting with our Smart Start with Children, as they are very familiar with the program, and also that of Brenda Jackson, the director, as they're familiar with the program I'm speaking of. So perhaps that way, working together, you all can come up with a solution. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so we got three kind of future actions
Yes, sir.
all around a TRISHARE program or our own program. Okay, any other questions? Not seeing any. Commissioner Adams, I'd entertain a motion around the expansion of the existing program.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move that to approve a phased opening of enrollment for a total of 50% or 67 spaces in the Cumberland County Employee Child Care Center for children in the primary care of employees of government agencies, which staff will come back, as provided, and that this item be placed on the item of consent on the agenda for the Board of Commissioners June 15, 2026 regular meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
We've got a motion to approve the phase opening for enrollment in our Cumberland County Employee Child Care Center. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you, ACM Phillips.
Mr. Chairman, if I
Yeah,
could,
go,
before
Commissioner Adams.
the director leaves, we moved up to a 4-star on our child care, and I just want to... Going on 5. I just want to say congratulations. That was a lot of work, and thank you so very much for what you do.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. You stole my note. But
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I appreciate you being there. Appreciate you representing the board there at the opening. I know a lot of us were pulled in a lot of directions that day. We'll go ahead and move to item E, ABC Board Resolution Request. County Manager Greer.
Yes, Heather Skeens, Assistant County Manager Heather Skeens will present this item and answer any question you may have. And we also have Robin Koontz, CFO, here to assist with any information also. Heather?
And Assistant Manager Skeens, before you begin, just want to recognize our Sheriff Morgan is with us, and just want to properly recognize him. So go ahead,
Sure.
Assistant Manager Skeens.
So the Cumberland County Alcoholic Beverage Control Board, or the ABC Board, by unanimous vote at its April 13th, 2026 meeting, approved a resolution requesting that the ABC Board employees be included in the county's health plan. And I do want to recognize that Commissioner Tyson asked me a question at the Finance Committee last week about the ABC Board members, and I stated that they are also included in the resolution, and that was incorrect. It is just the employees of the ABC Board. So I want to take a minute to acknowledge that. And speaking with County Attorney Moorfield, the North Carolina General Statute 153A 92D addresses compensation of county employees and officers. It states a county may purchase life insurance or health insurance, or both, for the benefit of all or any class of county officers and employees as a part of the compensation. So I have some additional considerations if the board is wanting to continue to evaluate this, but based off of county attorney's advice, because the law specifically states county officers and employees, we would not be able to allow the ABC board employees to participate in our employee health insurance. So there's certainly some additional considerations I can go through if we want to continue to pursue that, and I will turn it over to Mr. Moorfield to offer any other information.
Attorney Moorfield? She's covered it. Y'all are learning the procedures here. I love it. Questions, commissioners, on this? Commissioner Tyson, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for that presentation. And if I heard you right, when you quoted the statute, you said that the county is paying for it. And I think the request here from ABC is not that we pay for it, is that they're added to our class, and they would compensate the county for providing that service. So it's not that they're asking us to come out of our funds to pay for it. It's that they are paying separately for a lot smaller pool. And this was, since we get we get a portion of the net proceeds of ABC, I would think it would be within our interest to let them buy into our service so we could potentially get more funding from them back to us.
Attorney Moorfield?
The problem is that it's not really an insurance policy. We're self-insured.
Right.
And what was the number you had? It was over $10,000 is the administrative cost?
$10,050
Yeah.
per person.
I mean, there's a lot of expense in this, and I suspect that it would probably be more expensive to the group that they have than if they did buy into, doing some kind of agreement. And I think we all have a problem with Blue Cross Blue Shield because they have to be an active employee, and an employee means getting a W-2 from the county. And so, I mean, there would probably be some different charge for this group. Blue Cross has always said that we could cut out any kind of subset that we want to, but it would be priced differently.
And so, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the attorney's position, but I heard a lot of figuring, supposedly, maybe. I didn't hear, this is the cost, this is so for me, I don't like to suppose or guess or kind of figure on anything. I'd like to get the hard data, the hard facts before we make a yes or no decision on this, would be my recommendation, Mr. Chairman.
Robin, you have, excuse me.
I can weigh in a little bit on that just to provide some more background. So with our employee coverage, obviously the employees are paying a certain amount every month. I'm assuming that the employees of the ABC board, if they were part of our plan, would also do that. Budget currently right now puts $10,850 towards the budget for each of our employees, so we're covering them. But because we're self-insured, whatever that claim might be, the county would be responsible for it, whether it was from one of our employees or from an ABC employee. So for instance, if we had an ABC employee who had a catastrophic health situation, we could be responsible up to $200,000 of claims for them because we don't hit stop loss before we hit that amount. So that's the risk that we take from a financial standpoint. In addition, every time we add every new member is additional cost incrementally, like to administrative fees and the stop loss payment for our insurance. So those are just some of the concerns, I think, that we would need to think through.
And Mr. Chair, I recognize that, and I think that's a good conversation to have, but just like we also put money aside for ourselves to be able to provide for those catastrophic events, we can also have that discussion about them putting money aside for those kind of catastrophic events. Again, and not getting into the hard pencil figures, I did provide our budget director a copy of the adopted ABC budget. And so we have their health insurance cost, and it's a pretty significant sum given the size of their employee pool. So I would just ask, let's get some definitive answers so we can make a good, well-reasoned decision instead of just kind of guessing around this.
Anything else?
That's it, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Adams recognizes.
They carry insurance for their employees, right? So why wouldn't they just put, if they can, put these board members on their insurance and let it go that way?
It's not the board members, it's the employees.
It's not.
Right, so that's the problem, I
So
think.
Commissioner Adams, just to clarify, I don't think the question is putting board members, is putting their employees on our health insurance. I think the board member question
Did I miss that?
was an additional question. The original
So this is
question around
okay.
this was, can we take the ABC employees and
Oh, the employees.
include them as part of our insurance pool, where they would get a better rate and we would see some value on having an increased pool? That's, the board members was kind of a secondary conversation. Can you include the board members in the health insurance?
And that was no, but it.
That was no.
So if this is less, then why wouldn't their board pay that 10 whatever as opposed to us?
So I've not had any further discussion.
That would be what.
But there are
Just
some
to have
additional.
them pay it.
I apologize.
I'm
There
sorry.
are some additional considerations that we would want to have discussion about, and those are eligibility structure. So self-insured plans are designed for employees. Because the ABC board members are not employees, defining a clear and defensible eligibility class becomes a little bit more challenging. For example, who qualifies, the treatment of future members, and transition in and out of that role. So we would have to really have a clear eligibility structure for that. We'd also have to address dependent coverage. If included, the county would need to determine whether spouses and dependents are also eligible, which can significantly expand both cost and complexity. We need to look at, as Ms. Devers indicated, the financial risk. As a self-insured plan, the county assumes direct claims risk. Right now, we don't have any historical claims data for the group, so this is a limited visibility into potential impact, and even a small population can introduce volatility in our health insurance plan. As Ms. Devers indicated, this could also significantly impact the stop-loss coverage and cost. As those contracts are underwritten explicitly for employees, claims could be challenged or denied by the stop-loss carrier, leaving the county fully exposed. We need to look at tax and compliance. Federal tax laws generally tie tax-favored coverage to employees. Inclusion of non-employees may create taxable benefit implications and additional reporting requirements. We've already talked about the legal framework. We'd also have to look at precedents. Expanding eligibility to one appointed board employees may create expectations for other boards or commissions in the future. And so those would be the considerations we would need to really look at in order to fully address the request.
So, thank you, ACM Skeens. I think before we dive deeper, I think there's a fundamental question. Does the board want to look at this? One, what I hear is we legally can do it. There's some information and some risk and cost associated with it. We don't know what those are, so we need to understand it. But I think the first question is, you're looking at me, Attorney Moorfield.
No, legally, we can't treat them as employees. It's going to have to be a subset specialty provision.
Correct.
Okay.
But there's no legal hindrance, there's no legal obligation, legal hurdle that we'd have to go through that would hinder us from being able to extend. We'd have to create a different pool, but legally we can do that.
It would have to be a contractual basis with the,
So the question really before the board, before we spend more horsepower, staff horsepower, is, board, do we want to look at this and ask our staff to provide us the information so we can make an informed decision on this point? I'll go to Commissioner Tyson and Commissioner Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, I get it's going to take work to dig in and answer these questions. And I would say this, if there is some savings to be realized for ABC, that money flows back to the county. So,
If they give it to us.
again, why wouldn't we look at ways that we can save cost or increase revenue that's non-tax revenue? And if this is one way we can do it, why wouldn't we do that? I just don't see why we wouldn't at least look at it, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Commissioner Adams.
I guess my request would be how many employees? Because if you've got one catastrophic or two catastrophic claims it will outweigh whatever they're gonna send us according to what age they are, and they tend to be a little bit, whatever that is, but that number of employees, if they get there, will wreak havoc to your health insurance. So how many employees do they have? You don't have to answer that. I mean, that would be one of the questions as I make this decision.
But I think the question is, do we want to ask staff to take this
Right.
next level deep dive? And that means providing us the data, including the employees. Whether we want to go down this road or not. That's the direction that I'm trying to lean.
Well,
Any other commissioners want to weigh in? Commissioner Fairclough, direct question.
I'm just thinking down the road sometime. We in the past have had some discussions with the hospital about combining our plans. And we don't have any definitive answers as to how the risk would spread and that sort of thing, but it seemed advantageous to at least look into that. So this probably could be studied as we study that, if there's an appetite to study that on behalf of both systems. So let's keep that in mind, because at some point that might save the county some money too.
So, County Administrator.
We are in the process of studying that with Cape Fear. Dan and I had a nice little conversation in the restroom earlier today about.
Hope it wasn't an emergency.
Too much information.
I know, a little bit too much information, but we got, they opened up medical school and some other things, and we want to get past budget, but we're going to start those conversations in robust nature. What the second part of it is, we're going to probably try to get, by the July 20th meeting, get a calculation of what the ABC, if Blue Cross put them in as a separate subset, what that cost would be. The only potential issue that I can see is what is their open enrollment date, and how, if we do that, and the board decides to do that, it would have to be succinct. So either they will probably have to change their open enrollment date. I don't know what that is, but we can bring that back. And I don't know how rough of a calculation, how precise, but we can bring back, have the Blue Cross Blue Shield do a calculation for us with as much data as that we can get from the ABC board, and bring that back at the July 20th meeting. I don't know why I'm thinking January. July 20th meeting.
Board, are you okay with, as Mayor just stated, kind of letting them come back with an information, probably maybe in parallel with the hospital, so we're kind of looking at everything at one time?
Mm-hmm.
Board, are we okay with that direction?
Yes.
Okay.
I would just add
Yes, sir.
one commentary if I can.
Yes, sir.
Bear in mind that the whole concept of P&C insurance is large numbers. And the more risk they can spread over, well, the risk is the same, but over the larger numbers they can spread it over, they look at that in their profit models as the way to go. And probably if we just keep that in mind as we go, that's the hospital with 9,500 employees now, and us with what, maybe 2,500. So those are big numbers, and I'd love to see those plans come forward. Thank you.
County Manager, did that give you enough direction?
Yes.
Thank you. In the back, yeah.
Oh.
Thanks. About to die. Y'all making me write too much. County Manager, that gives you the information you need?
Yes.
Okay, all right, Board, we'll go ahead and move forward. Thank you, Assistant Manager Skeens. We'll go ahead and move to item F, changes to former Commissioner Health Insurance Plan.
Yes.
Manager Greer, I look forward to this one.
That's a no.
I know, but I have Assistant Manager, County Manager Heather Skeens, CFO Robin Kuntz, and also to add additional context with this one, Rick Moorfield, County Attorney. I turn it over to Heather.
So what Mr. Vaught is handing out is in your packets. I understand there may be some difficulty reading it, so I wanted to give you a larger version of what is in your packets. So I can walk through each of the grids if you would like us to do. like me to do. I think what we're looking for today is a decision around, do you want the former commissioners' policies to be consistent with our retired employee policies? And so there are some critical areas in that are impacting our claims and our data. So I will take lead from Chairman, if you want me to walk through each of these categories and explain the differences.
I think maybe we start with the decision points,
Okay.
and then we'll work our way back from there.
So the first decision point is really, again, around that, do you want these two plans to mirror each other, meaning that the former commissioner policies and coverage mirrors the retired employee coverage? And so that is a requirement that at post-65, a commissioner be required to enroll in Medicare Part B. Right now, there is no requirement to enroll in Medicare Part B, and so what happens is a former commissioner remains on our active insurance claim and not our AMWINS post-65 insurance claim. And that could potentially severely impact our claims data based off that, and because we are the primary in post-65 without Medicare Part B, and if you're required to enroll in Medicare Part B like our retired employees are, we become the secondary insurance. The other issue is there are concerns about when we upload that data to the Social Security Administration that when you're post-65 and a former commissioner, there's no longer data to indicate that you are currently employed. And so when we upload that, there's a discrepancy between an active employee and a non-active employee when we upload that data. So that's really the first decision point.
It's a no on this end of the table.
So far, I haven't heard anything.
Questions on this part? Commissioner Tyson, you're right.
So would this be effective going forward, or would it be retroactive if this was approved?
We would make it effective July 1st. Of
Retroactive or
2026 going forward. And that is why we're bringing it today, because we really need a decision about that in order to move forward with eligibility.
So it wouldn't affect anybody previous?
If we require the Medicare Part B, it would impact a former commissioner currently on the plan, because going forward, we'd have to enroll them in an AMWINS program for retired commissioners, and they would have to have Medicare Part B, so we no longer become the primary insurance.
So it's retroactive?
It would not be retroactive for claims filed before June 30th.
If people already enrolled, it would be retroactive, that's what I'm asking.
It'd be retroactive based on age.
Yes, I
Based
got
on
you,
age.
I got you, okay.
Other questions?
Thank you.
Commissioner Adams?
This was done in '24 though, right? So would it be retroactive, not carried forth unless we change it?
It's just based on the age of the individual. That's the only parameter. Or the issue when you get to 65 and you're now no longer a commissioner. With the information we send to Social Security is that there's no active wages for the person. Right now, we haven't been flagged anything about from the Social Security Administration,
But there were like three different things in this, wasn't it? Getting paid from wasn't it about like three?
So that's the first decision point. And so when you ask about retroactive, the claims would not change. What we would say is on July 1st, if you are post-65, then you would be required to enroll in Medicare Part B, and then we would move you to an AMWINS, under our AMWINS program for a post-65 coverage, which would become secondary after July 1st.
You know what Amwins
What is that? I don't.
is? Nobody on this board has ever heard of Amwins.
So it's, and I can certainly let Steve.
So pre my time with the county, but at some point, a decision was made for our for our retired employees who are eligible for Medicare to come off of the Blue Cross Blue Shield and to go to the AmWins. And so when they do that, they're required to enroll them. They don't get to go to AmWins if they don't enroll in Part B. And then AmWins becomes their AmWins becomes their secondary coverage after they turn 65. So we pay a monthly amount per retiree over the age of 65 at this point in time, every month, to cover their secondary coverage to Medicare.
Through Amwin.
Yes, sir.
Is that like Lloyd's of London or something like that?
I don't know. Is that like what?
Trying to understand
I'm
what.
trying to figure out what Amwins is. All I'm
Amwins
hearing
is-
is we transfer people to that, but we still don't know what it is.
And you still got to do Part B of it.
It's like the equivalent of a Blue Cross Blue Shield. It's just not Blue Cross Blue Shield. It's a different plan.
It's an insurance company.
And it doesn't, another significant difference is once you come off Blue Cross Blue Shield, you're no longer eligible for the pharmacy or the clinic. So that's the difference in our employee retiree coverage and our former commissioner retiree coverage at this point.
So I think the big question is are we going to treat are we going to treat former commissioners as the same as county employee that retires in the transition that then moves to Medicaid B and off to AmWins, or are we going to keep them as they were as a commissioner, which was on Blue Cross Blue Shield or whatever we end up having? Kids can be on it, their wife can be on it, they can pay for that. We're paying, the county's paying our portion, they pay their portion.
That's right.
Yes, so it really is the question is to align, do we want to align those two?
Do we want to align them, or do we want to create a separate class for the commissioners, which was done in October 24th? Commissioner Tyson, your recommendation.
So, Mr. Chair, I think since we don't really understand the AmWins and kind of this whole thing, I'd kind of like to have an opportunity to hear from some of the former commissioners about what their input would be before making a decision, because this isn't a decision I'm currently facing right now.
And I think it was only one.
Commissioner Adams.
We have two on the
two.
plan. One is post-65, one is pre-65, but getting ready to turn 65.
And we're going to have another and another. So I think the fundamental question that staff is asking us, and if we need to digest it
Right.
and bring this to an item of business on Monday, that gives us a weekend to look at it. We don't have to approve anything today, but we can move it to an item of business on Monday's agenda and then have our discussion and determine it. But the question really becomes, do we want to have the commissioners in their own kind of insurance class post they leaving the board, or do they want to align as a employee, a retired employee?
And again, I just want to reiterate that if we leave them in the current plan at post-65, they are not required
Correct.
to
Correct.
apply, and it's an active employee, so we're paying 100% of the claims.
That's what I clarified, we're creating a different class. Well, a different class is been created, is what it is now. Commissioner
We're
Bearhart.
not creating anything, we're just following what was done in 24.
Correct.
Okay, but I would like to add to the request, if you could, I'm not familiar with AmWins. The only real complaint that I've gotten from from retired employees is they can't use the pharmacy, which is kind of seems a little asinine to me, but that's the deal. But I'd like to see some kind of a grid comparison between the AmWins and what they would have if we don't change anything. I'd like to see that, because what's covered by whom, and by what deductibles. Say again?
No, go ahead, I'm sorry.
What? Yeah, no, this doesn't cover that at all. But a grid showing what the coverage is. It's like when we look annually at the plan that we have, there's always a PPO, and some sort of a grid like that would be helpful, since nobody knows what AmWins is, except the people that are on it. And I've heard various stories about it.
So just to clarify, do you want a grid comparison of AmWinds versus Blue Cross Blue Shield?
If we don't change anything, it's this. If we do change it, it'd be this. The chart. Just when you look at what we have to every year when we look at the Blue Cross plan, there's a chart of what is covered by PPO, what do you call it? Not in-house, but in network and out of network. All of that stuff is relevant to what you're talking about.
So comparison of the retiree plan compared to the active employee plan.
Exactly. We've got none of that.
That's what you're looking for.
Yeah. And why there's an urge to make a change of something we did in 24.
Anything else, Commissioner Fairclough?
No.
Commissioner Patel and then Commissioner Tyson, round two.
So
Commissioner Patel.
I think this kind of goes along with Commissioner Fairclough's question. So the commissioners are not required by the county to enroll in Part B, which if they don't enroll, they would stay if they choose to with Blue Cross. But if they enroll in Part B, then they will lose Blue Cross, get the AmWinds as secondary carrier coverage. So I think it would help to see what Part B plus AmWinds coverage and cost would be versus Blue Cross. I think would give us a clearer picture because. And the second question is is there a way or a reason why retired employees on AmWinds cannot access our pharmacy?
We'll bring that back. We'll find that. We'll look at that and see if we can modify that.
So that's not going to be information we're going to have ready before Monday?
Yeah, that was what I was going to say. We probably need to bring that back in August. I don't think there's we'll need time to go through that to make sure we getting it right.
Okay, so I heard a couple of things. We need a comparison of what a retiree looks like compared to what the commissioner is currently. And that includes the pharmacy piece of this. So it's really what an active employee is compared to what a retiree is. That's really the comparison. And if they're on Medicaid B, or Medicare B, then that's already factored into it if you're comparing those two. And then the question along the pharmacy. And then can I just ask a question? Why? So the staff's recommendation is there a staff recommendation?
Not at this time.
Okay. And then why was this put in place in 24? And that may be Manager, you may not want to ask that. I may direct that to the former chair at the time, just to give the commissioners a base of information.
Can we bring all back that?
Yes, sir.
When we bring back the other
Yes, sir.
information?
Okay. So we got three things to bring back. Board, you comfortable with that direction?
I had another layer to the cake, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Add another ingredient.
Okay, so yeah, I like the cake with bacon, but I do have another layer to it. As Commissioner Fairclough had pointed out on the last item, as we're looking to potentially do this merge of these classes, there's going to be an impact there as well. Because that may be a different carrier that we would have altogether for the county. And then they may also have a different carrier for the retiree program. So I don't know how we're going to bake that into this cake as well, but it may be that we change this and then once we make the comprehensive change, it changes again anyway. So I don't know if there's a way that the county manager can kind of include that in his calculation. I know we're putting a lot on his plate there, but.
Well, I think those calculations aren't going to come back till later in the year. What you said earlier was September. We're going to see this back in August, so we'll make a decision on this before we make a decision on the latter.
And Mr. Chair, that's kind of my point. If we make a decision in September, why are we making a different decision in August? It's 30 days apart.
I think for one reason, so the board can make a decision on do we want to treat former commissioners as as retired employees or active employees. Whatever we do in September, they're going to fall in one of those two groups. So the question really is from staff is how do we want to treat former commissioners? We've got to give that staff so no matter what we do in September, they're going to fall in one of two buckets. If that makes sense. We just need to decide how you want to treat former commissioners. Or, quite frankly, the policy is the policy, and do we want to change the policy to Commissioner Fairclough's point? I don't know. If you want that information back, that's fine. You can request it. I don't, in my opinion, I'm not sure we need that information before making a decision on how we treat former commissioners. But I will defer to you.
And I guess what I'm saying, Mr. Chair, is if we make the change in September, it may also change how former employees are treated, depending upon how we mitigate that plan.
That's true, but that's not going to change the decision on how we treat a former commissioner. So if we say we treat a former commissioner as a former employee, then whatever we do in September impacts everybody that's in that bucket. If we say that you're going to stay an active employee, then it affects everybody in that bucket. That's my only point. It doesn't. The decision is more: do we keep the policy or do we change the policy?
Gotcha. Okay.
And I'm pretty sure we're going to. Pretty sure I know where that's going to go.
Thank you.
My phone's already lit up. All right.
I got something to tell you off the record.
Commissioners, or county manager, and so 3 things to come back with. We'll look at that in August, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
It's good. All right, anything else on that? All right, that cake is made. We'll go ahead and move to item G, interlocal agreement with City of Fayetteville for Salvation Army. County Manager Greer.
Yes, Heather Schemes will present, Assistant County Manager Heather Schemes will present this item and answer any questions you have about our interlocal agreement regarding Salvation Army with the City of Fayetteville.
Good afternoon again. There are no changes to what was updated in the agenda packet with the interlocal agreement, the minutes from the City Council meeting, the text amendment, presenting the item, and the agenda for the City Council meeting. So we're asking for approval to enter into the interlocal agreement with the city regarding Salvation Army, for them to pay us a reimbursement rate of $100,000 for this first partial fiscal year, and then $300,000 for next fiscal year, provided the funds are available.
Provided the funds are available.
Yes, because they're in their budget season, and it's based off ESG funds and home funds, and
Okay. Before we move, Attorney Moorfield, anything to add on this agreement?
No.
Okay. I'll open it up for commissioners. Questions on this item. Commissioner Patel, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. ACM Schemes, is the city's intent to spend the $300,000 over FY27 or in the calendar year of this 26?
FY27, the $300,000. The $100,000 is in this fiscal year because we've only done a partial year for Salvation Army.
Right.
And then the $300,000 for the next fiscal year.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Questions, other questions, Commissioner Tyson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you're saying provided the funds are available, does that mean, are we making that subject to the annual budget process? Is that what I'm hearing? So that if the city doesn't appropriate the funding in the budget, or for some reason this body didn't appropriate the funding, then there would not be an obligation to provide those funds?
So the language in the interlocal agreement is subjected to the annual appropriation.
Okay. That I'm good.
Commissioners, other questions on this? Commissioner Adams, you recognize.
And I know we had this discussion about the city doing this, but for us, it's the right thing to do, and we should fund them. We can't leave these folk out here for another year or whatever it takes till we do the unhoused shelter. If they don't want to meet their responsibility or do that, that's on them. but I know this board's gonna step up and do the right thing. So I think we appropriate what we appropriate. If they don't, then we figure it out. But I saw the pictures that y'all did from the Salvation Army. I couldn't make it. Looks like they've done a fabulous job over there. They tried to move this thing forward, because, I was the one that didn't want to give them the money beforehand, but having talked to the new people that are there, I think it's the right thing to do. So I see this about with the city. I wouldn't want to say we do this subject to them. We just do it, and then we move forward. That's me, Mr.
And I
Chairman.
think the interlocal agreement, correction me if I'm wrong, is just for them to give us reimbursement. We're committed to doing it.
Correct.
That's right. Other questions on this before I entertain a motion? Seeing none, Vice Chairman Jones, I entertain a motion.
I move that we approve the interlocal agreement with the City of Fayetteville and place this on the June 15th, 2026 Board of Commissioners meeting as a consent agenda item, authorizing the chairman to sign the agreement as noted and stated, all information by our Assistant Manager, Heather Skeens.
Second.
We got a motion to approve the interlocal agreement for Salvation Army with the City of Fayetteville. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
And just, Assistant Manager Skeens, thanks for your work on this. Thanks for your work with the Salvation Army. I meant what I said in my remarks at the Salvation Army. We are with them and doing a partnership with them because of your efforts, so I appreciate it.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. We'll go ahead and move to item H, review and discussion of draft agreement for planning services. County Manager Greer.
Yes, if we discuss how we plan and deploy planning services throughout our municipal and local partners, we brought back a draft agreement, interlocal agreement. Ross Howard, Director of Planning and Inspections, will present this item and answer any questions you may have. Ross.
Thank you very much, County Manager. Thank you very much, County Manager Greer. I do have some changes to some things that are actually included in your packet. I put two handouts at each one of your desks. If you see this chart that has the colorization on it, this is the chart that should replace the chart that is in your packet. We had noticed some discrepancies with the numbers, and we cleaned that up, but I just wanted to point out that as we move forward, this chart will be reflected in what you have and has also been updated on the PowerPoint accordingly. So this is something that staff has been working on for a while at the direction of the board, working with the policy committee. So the proposal was trying to be able to consolidate all of our service agreements and contracts for code enforcement primarily with the towns, and try to just put our arms around that, consolidate it into a package that we can then go back out to the towns and be able to sell as part of a contractual type of arrangement. So the direction that was given at the time was trying to consolidate these services into an inclusive agreement for basic services. And so when I'll go into what that means here just shortly, and then offer a secondary enhanced service if desired by the towns. So the staff proposal, as you're going to see in this presentation, is one, we're going to define the platform by which we are looking at trying to deliver that, define the services that we're talking about, define the rate, and then define the departmental needs, because there was some conversation in regards to staff impact if we decided to be able to go to this direction, what that would look like. So the platform. Right now we have a lot of separate agreements with these towns for code enforcement services and various things. What staff is recommending is to update the joint interlocal agreement. We have all of these towns that are signed on for the joint planning board, and then basically instead of having those separate agreements, we're looking at just basically seeing what we can do to wrap those up into our joint interlocal agreement and then update the joint interlocal agreement, because it's been in some need of some update for quite a while. Specifically, there's some updates and clarifications. For example, like the agreement says the Spring Lake Board of Aldermen, so we're going to switch that over since they changed and all that. So there's some things like that that are in there that we're proposing to change, some small things, some clerical changes. The appointment process has been brought up before about whether or not appointees should or should not be living in the towns that they are representing, and if they do or do not live in the towns, what that should look like and what type of role this board would have in making those appointments when they do not live in the towns. The fee structure, which is going to encompass basically the latter half of this presentation, And then what we try to do is try to look at some contracts or an addendum to the agreement that should be put into your packet as well too. So if the interlocal goes forward, then in theory, the towns would be able to look at these addendums if they do want these services. When they're signing the interlocal, they can also be able to theoretically sign on to contracts for what other services they want in addition to the joint interlocal. So, defining the services. Right now, we pretty much have a lot of the bases covered with the town with what we provide. We do a lot of work as far as administrative work, site plan reviews, subdivisions, things like that, watershed, floodplain administration. I think a lot of that stuff is covered. Where we're kind of lacking right now is the zoning enforcement and the minimum housing, and I know that we hear a lot of comments from the towns about wanting more of that type of thing, or the county to try to step in for that. So as we're looking at this, the basic services are defined as the zoning enforcement and minimum housing. So that's a two-part package that we would be offering to the towns, right? If somebody wanted to, as an enhanced, it would be as the junk vehicle enforcement would be an add-on to that if they choose to do that. When you start getting into the rate, what we would charge, right now we use a per capita sales tax redistribution formula. This is an old formula that was back when we were getting that type of reimbursement from the state. We had looked at what that equated to on a per capita basis. That was $3.31 per person. That rate hadn't changed at least since 2008. So it's been there for almost 2 decades at $3.31 per person. We took this to the policy committee, and their proposal with staff is to, when you increase that to modern day, it is now $4.31 per person if you adjust it for CPI. The direction that was given at the policy committee to staff was try to transition to an ad valorem system versus a per capita. I think the thinking was that we're already doing ad valorem with other things, that we wanted to maintain sort of some consistency there. So that would create a base rate that we would use to charge. We would tie that to CPI, or the Consumer Price Index, moving forward to avoid having to consistently have to come back and change the rates. We have a set mechanism that would change automatically every year. And that can be modified by the board at any time. So if you want to be able to change what that looks like, this board would have the authority to be able to do that. When you add in the service addendums at the back end of that, it is suggested that we are looking at the base services, and if you recall, those are the two things that we were going to provide, is going to be 40% of whatever that base rate is. That'll be an add-on to the base rate. So it's the base rate plus 40% of it would give you the zoning enforcement, and the minimum housing services would be added. And then if you want the whole package, with the junk vehicle enforcement, that would be 60% of the base fee added on to that as well. The question was brought up about departmental needs. We did identify that we're looking at a request or an impact that if everybody wanted all these services, that we're looking at basically one officer and one admin in the Code Enforcement Division as a request for this board to try to be able to put more staff in there if the towns start taking advantage of this. Is everybody with me so far? I just want to make sure that I'm not talking too fast. I have a tendency to do that. All right. So we'll get to the rate calculation. So I have 2 charts. I want to thank Ms. Robin over there and her staff in finance.
I'm going to let you pause.
Yeah, sure.
And see if we have questions. I think we're capturing. We appreciate the work on this, exactly what I think the board's looking for. But I want to take a couple comments or questions before you go.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Rate calculation, I think we're tracking that based on what you gave us, just the updated chart. Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Howard, I want to first thank you and your staff for putting this together, and thank the county manager and his team for all the work that y'all done in this. I know y'all put a lot of thought and effort and time into this, and I applaud it, and I support kind of what you laid out here today. There is one question I had, and I asked it in policy, and just wanted to see if we kind of incorporated this or not. But code enforcement services, is it related to municipal ordinances? And we had talked about, I think it's great that we're adding on the junk vehicle enforcement. I think it's great that we're doing zoning enforcement, and that we're entering into a joint planning agreement. But my question is, would we not be able to also provide more extensive code enforcement services for the smaller municipal ordinances as they pass them? I don't want to slow this down, but if we could look at that maybe moving forward. Okay. I think that would be something good for us to look at, and I think the municipalities like to have that option and idea as well.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Adams, you're recognized.
And I guess my first question would be to the board, the chair, or the policy committee. When are we talking about enacting this? Because they're in budget season now. And I'm going to tell you that sometimes it gets funny, it doesn't. We had Godwin and Wade right next to each other. And we had a cell tower that was, Godwin was getting the money for. They found out it was in Wade. And Wade started getting the money, and then Godwin couldn't even pay. They could barely meet their obligations town-wise. And so this is a lot of increases to drop on somebody while they're in their budget season. You know, I think it's good to look at and think about going forward, maybe next year, or make, and I guess I don't know if you talked to the towns or whatever about doing this, but you know, it's just sales tax is kind of flat and everything, and so I really don't want to just beat up on these small towns, and I don't know if we do it incrementally or something to that effect.
So, Commissioner, I have a couple responses to your questions. One, this is something the municipalities have asked for.
Right.
And in my conversations with municipal mayors, this is something they've asked for to include the code enforcement piece. They're already paying some of this now.
Right.
They're also paying the COG for some of it right
Yeah.
now. And so what we're trying to do is provide a better level of service to the municipalities. I think one of the next steps, and one of the questions I had to your point on briefing the mayors, they saw the general concept of this in my meetings with them, with the smaller mayors. I think now we need to take another level of conversation, bring you in to kind of brief this, kind of show what they're, and then let them, because each municipality is going to have to adopt it by resolution. But what we're doing is, I think we're answering a request that they made to us. So we're not going to lay this onto them indirectly. They've asked us for it, we're providing it to them, they would need to adopt it.
And I understand it, and I guess my thing is, are we looking to do it, and they understand it being this budget season for their budget,
We're just going to continue to move it along, and if they see they can do it this year in their budget season, then that's a decision each municipality. What I want to do is be able to provide back what they asked for, and then they can make their budget determination. Nothing we're doing here is a mandate.
Right. So I guess, so I'm saying it doesn't increase.
Correct, right now.
Okay, that's okay.
So, you know,
Because I thought
these are the current fees, but some of these fees are being paid. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I can go through, I actually have a methodical way that I try to put this through so you can see all that, but with your permission.
Go ahead.
Okay, so, again, I want to thank Ms. Deaver and the finance staff for providing this information to you. So this is two charts that we have here that you see in front of you. I don't know if you can see my mouse, but, so this first chart up here is the ad valorem assessments that were made. The thing that I wanted to point out, and also down below, the thing that I wanted to be able to point out is really is looking at this right here of what we would charge if we moved to an ad valorem system. Really, if you look at it, the bottom line really does not change for either one of these charts. What changes is the weight by which these towns, due to their ad valorem systems, would be weighted to what they would be charged based off of ad valorem versus per capita. So as you can see here, it's $146,001.25, but you can see that on the chart. When we translate that, I should go back. What you will notice by this chart on the top is the difference between the two is finance had provided I guess it's a multiplier of the municipal tax rate that is associated with ad valorem that came out to these weighted figures here. But when you take out the tax rate and we look strictly just at what their property values are, not their tax rate or anything like that, then you get the second chart down below. So I want to make sure that that the board understands what these two charts really are. Now, when you take this data and then you translate that over to the table that's on that colorized chart that you have, I'll try to walk you through this the best way I can. So if it's confusing, just stop. I'll try to explain as I can, but I'll try to be able to explain this the best way that I know how. This right here on the left is the current rate that they're paying right now. This is the per capita calculation that finance uses to bill these folks quarterly, and it comes out to about $112,000 on an annual basis. When you look at the first chart that was adjusted for their tax rate, this is what that chart is right here. So the way you should probably, should read this is that given what they're paying now, this chart, I would definitely say, brings a lot of people down, and it puts a lot of weight on Spring Lake and Hope Mills, which would cover the vast brunt of all of the bill for all the code enforcement. So you can see here, if I can see this, $12,000 is what, for example, I'll just use Eastover. $12,000 is what they pay now. It would go down to $10,000. If they wanted to be able to have zoning enforcement and minimum housing, 40% of that number would come to $4,000, which would be a $14,000 bill that we would give them on an annual basis for those two services and to be part of the joint interlocal. And so forth. You can go down the chart correspondingly for that, so I won't go over the whole thing. When you go over to the right-hand column, this is the ad valorem that is adjusted without their tax rate. This is just what their properties are valued at. Personally and professionally, I would say that this is a more equitable distribution if you want to look at it. I mean, they're going up marginally, but some are going down, but for the most part, everybody's going up in an increase, but I think that also compensates for the fact that there hadn't been an increase in almost 20 years in the fees that we've been paying for some of these towns. So for example, that rate you can see here is largely, folks will go up. Hope Mills doesn't really change with either one. I mean, it's basically the same rate. Spring Lake will go down. So Spring Lake would be paying less than what they were paying. Spring Lake, for example, is $31,000 annually. They would go down to $28,000 annually. But I would also point this out as well, too. Spring Lake and Hope Mills, for the most part, will probably not be using our code enforcement services. They have all of their stuff in-house. I'm fully expecting that that would be the rate that both of those towns would pay because they handle everything else. When you start looking at the towns, they're going to go up marginally, but you can see down here that's using the same type of methodology that I used here to calculate that 40%. I just added 60% to that number, and that's what that number comes out to as the bill that we would give if they want zoning and minimum housing. And then if they want all three services, that's the bill that they would pay down here on the bottom. And you can see that for each one of the towns. So that, I hope that's clear. I will say that the agreements that you have in front of you, if the board decides to move this direction, those are draft documents that you have. So we would have to go through a legal review of the contracts and the addendums and things like that, and make sure that there's not any things that, that the county attorney's office is happy with what we're proposing. But I think we got a pretty good draft and something as a point of departure to talk from right now. So are there any questions on this?
Board questions on this, Commissioner Tyson and Commissioner Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One question, Director Howard, as the property values on the ad valorem would increase annually, would this rate be adjusted annually for, like, let's say Godwin puts a subdivision in with 50 new houses, and all of a sudden the value of that tax district goes up? Would we adjust that on an annual basis because we're going to be spending more time?
I'm looking at Robin, and yes, it would. Yeah.
It would. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Adams.
Mine would be this, if we're going to take this, because I almost got confused. So I see agreement number 1, agreement number 2, and option 2. And when I get down to option 2, it says all base services plus junk vehicle. Is that agreement 1 or is that everything?
That's everything. That's, yeah.
So why do we call it all basic services? Why don't we just say, to clear it up, to clean it up, to clean the language up? Because if I looked at that, I'm thinking agreement 1 and then I add junk vehicle enforcement. Doesn't, because that says technical services agreement, which to me seems to be a different agreement than just a basic service.
Yeah, we can call it something. Yeah, we can break that out. That's just like a naming convention.
Well, I mean, it's just the name,
that.
so that when you take it to the towns, they don't get confused.
Right.
That's all.
And again, Mr. Howard,
That makes sense.
the fee 1 versus fee 2, the differences there.
This is when you incorporate their tax rate into the ad valorem, and that gave you, as you can see, the majority had gone down for some of the towns, and Hope Mills and Spring Lake kind of either went up or, this is when you just look strictly at the property values of the town without their tax rate. This is just the value of, like the valuation of the property within their corporate limits.
Okay. So, board, what I would like to do is, I don't think we need action on it because we need to get input from the municipalities. What I would like to do is, work with the municipalities. I routinely meet with the mayors, and of course, all commissioners are always welcome to that. But have Director Howard come walk them through that and get their input on that. And then if they want us to come back to their boards, which I'm sure if the mayors have an appetite to it, then we could have another session with the board, but kind of walk them through. But again, this is something they asked for, and so this is a reaction to supporting our municipalities. If the board's okay with that, Commissioner Tyson.
Can you also ask our county manager if he can join you too?
Oh, he's always, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's not just me. I meet with the mayors routinely. It just gives us a vehicle to talk to them, and staff has actually, I don't want to say hijacked the meeting, but they have included themselves or asked to be included in the meeting when they want to talk to all of the smaller municipal mayors, like the assistant manager Phillips has talked about Rhodes Pond. The county managers come in and talk about stuff. We kind of use that as a way to communicate because we get them all here. So, or are we okay with that kind of next step? No action. We're not doing anything. We're just, again, responding to our municipal mayors, ask, and something we've actually heard from some of the boards as well. So, all right. So we'll look to plan that. Director Howard and County Manager Greer with the municipalities will clean up the language a little bit, make it a little more, I guess, understandable, and we'll take those next steps. Thank you for putting this together. This is definitely what our municipalities were asking for.
Thank you very much.
Except, and we do want to add in the code piece, so we want to look at that code piece of it as well.
Code, okay.
Not immediately, but as we keep moving this along.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, board, we've been going at it a little bit. We've still got a few minutes. We still got a few items to cover. I want to go ahead and I want to be respectful of people's level. Do we want to take a recess or do we want to keep moving forward? I don't want to start losing people in the next 15 minutes. So why don't we take 10-minute recess, start back at 5 o'clock. We've got a few other items to cover, and then project updates, monthly report. And board, remember, we have a budget workshop following this. We'll take a break in between this meeting and the budget workshop, so that you can grab a little something to eat and get a breath. But let's take a 10-minute recess. So the board's at recess. come back, we'll go ahead and come out of recess. And this time we'll move to item I. We're going to need the county attorney here for this one. There he is. Ordinance implementing a moratorium on data centers. County Manager Greer.
I'm going to turn this over to Rick Moorfield, County Attorney, to present and answer any questions you may have.
And Commissioners, one thing that I asked staff for as part of this item, as we know, currently in the General Assembly, there's a bill that's moving through. I asked the county manager if our staff could present just a very high-level overview of where that is and any key points. Doesn't affect the moratorium, but it's more around what a future ordinance could or couldn't do and give you some insight on where the state is leaning.
And Mr. Chairman, I added that in the preamble clauses about that bill, because if it is adopted, it will impact the development of ordinances everywhere.
So, Attorney Moorfield, if you can cover, I know we've had a couple changes from the public hearing. We've had some changes that the commissioners have recommended. All that's been captured. So is there anything you want to highlight around this moratorium?
I added that provision.
It's like it's the fifth paragraph.
Yeah, in the fifth paragraph. Yeah, I took some of that language, I shortened it a bit, and I did add a severability clause that Commissioner Tyson asked for. So, but and the only thing that's left out of this is
time period.
The time period, and with that's a decision of the board. But we are making progress on orders. We could maybe do something not as long as we thought at first, but it's just up to the board.
All right, so commissioners, any questions on the updated moratorium ordinance? It looks like the only thing that has been adjusted is whereas Senate Bill 730 is put in place, it was added to it since the last version of this. I'll open it up for questions and then like to have some dialogue around a time period. Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if this question would be appropriate to you or to the attorney, but my question is this: is there anything preventing us from going ahead and implementing this at this meeting today, as opposed to waiting?
That's up to you. I mean, typically the agenda session is just to put something on the regular agenda, and since that's in the policy for the agenda session, so I think it would probably be more appropriate to actually move this along like you would normally.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I guess, I'm just concerned about the expediency on this. I know we've heard a lot from the community and just trying to push this forward, so that's why I asked the question.
Understand, it could go on the agenda on Monday night. I mean, if we decided we want to take action today, we could. I think
you don't have to hold a public hearing again. It's already done.
All we have to do is take a vote on it on Monday, and I think it will also, I think one thing about it is it's on our agenda. This will allow the public to be aware that it is actually being voted on. So today was a discussion to give the public the opportunity to be informed. Then they would know that we're voting on it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioners, other questions on?
Mr. Chair, I just add that I support it.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Adams, you're recognized.
And I guess, I don't know if the Rawls is going, I don't know if it was for him or for the attorney. One of the things in terms of the moratorium for me was, because I think the ordinance is probably stronger than anything else. Where are we at on the ordinance and how long before that comes back to us? Would be my question.
So part of what I think we need to have a secondary conversation around is that timeline. So we gave some direction, very loose direction. What I would recommend as a board is once we take action on a moratorium, that we give very clear guidance to our staff and direction to the Joint Planning Commission, because that's where it went to be formed and work through that process. We've directed them already to begin that work, but I think we want to look at what that, if we, let's, for example, say we have a 6-month period or 180 days, I think we'd want to look at what that 180 days looks like. And so I think that's kind of the next step in looking at the ordinance piece of it. The first is the moratorium.
And I understand, but for me, it's the length of the moratorium. If we can't get this ordinance done, I said a 3-month, and they can't do it within that time, or 6 months, either we come back. So I guess the question would be, if you go longer, once the ordinance done, we can get rid of the moratorium and do the ordinance?
If you go longer, whenever you adopt an ordinance, you would have to rescind the moratorium.
Right. But if I do a short period of time, do I have to have another public hearing and all of that to do so if we do 6 months, it's not ready in 6 months, do I have to do a whole nother public hearing and all of that to do another 6 months or another year?
We did the notice for the full-blown, for more than 60 days. So, you were okay for 61 days forward. You won't have to do another notice or another public hearing. What I'm saying is 6 months, a year, I mean,
Yeah, but if I do 6 months and the 6 months ends, I don't have to do another public hearing.
Yeah, if you
And the ordinance is not
if
ready.
you set the time on the ordinance and that expires, then yes, you will have to do it over again, yes.
And if the ordinance not ready, then we have to do a whole nother public hearing.
So Commissioner Adams, just some background to that. Just kind of looking at a 6-month plan, you would look at kind of the first month, giving guidance. The month 2 would kind of be the engagement, the benchmarking. Month 3, you would get the first public input. So that would be the first time that ordinance, they've got almost 90 days. I know they've already done some work on it, what that town hall would look like. Kind of have the first public input to stakeholders. Month 4, you'd see a draft ordinance in a second town hall. Month 5, joint planning hearing and recommendations. And in month 6, you can come back to the board as well as to the municipalities. Because the goal of this on sending out to the joint planning commission, which I think is the right vehicle because they do these, is it engages our municipalities. So now they're able to, by resolution, opt into this ordinance. So that's kind of a high-level view of a 6, if we said 6 month, and my loose conversations with the director, I think that's a manageable path for them to include getting the public input in the town halls that we would have. So if that gives some shape to the time period. But our question around today is, one, move the moratorium to June 15th meeting, and then the question is there consensus around a time period? So I'll offer, is there consensus around a 6-month, we've kind of said 6 month, around a 6-month time period? People comfortable with that? Commissioner Adams?
I'm thinking, go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
I know Commissioner Fairclough's position, so. Be comfortable with 6 months.
What's the downside?
6 months, we can't do it here.
We can have an ordinance in place in 6 months.
Just 6 is fine, we can't do it here.
Okay. Commissioner Adams, you good with around 6 months?
Yeah, I'm just hoping they can get the ordinance done in the 6 months. That's my.
That's my concern.
Because
ACM Skeens, you want to talk to that?
Yes, so we have met twice with the Codes
Okay.
Committee and have drafted an ordinance. We've compared that nationally, locally, and with the city of Fayetteville. And we hope to take it to joint planning for an initial discussion in July.
But we want to make sure we're
Just trying to see what's going to, because it's just died.
Yes, so that's just the initial discussion. After the initial discussion, we will then schedule the town halls to get community input.
So you believe 6 months is achievable?
I do believe 6 months is achievable.
Commissioner Adams, anything else?
No, sir.
Vice Chairman Jones?
Now, that's what I was gonna ask, from after their first conversation, did that take place? What were they thinking?
Any other questions, comments? Do we have consensus around 6 months? Okay. Any other discussions on that or questions, Mr. Attorney? Any other comments? I'm going to look for a vote on this first, and then County Manager, if we can get a quick update on Senate Bill 730, I think it's what it is. The Senate bill that's moving through the General Assembly, the data center bill. She's got it. Okay. Hearing no other questions or comments, I'd entertain a motion. Vice Chairman Jones, you're recognized.
Yes, I move to approve the moratorium that we, as the board, with a 180-day limit, and move it to the regular meeting scheduled for June 15th, 26, for final approval under items of business.
Second the motion.
Got a motion to move a 180-day moratorium to our regular business meeting on June 15th under items of business. It's been properly seconded. Any discussions or comments on the motion? Seeing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand. All vote. Do you have a question?
I do have a question.
Stand by.
Because I don't know if that's 6 months, because some of them have 31 days. So does that, so I know she said 180 days, or do we want to do 6 months? I mean, I guess,
Let me just say the 6 months.
Okay.
yeah, if you just say the 6 months, because I think 180 days
Do you
doesn't
accept
get you
the friendly
necessarily.
amendment?
I'll accept it.
Okay, so the motion will stand. Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Motion to approve moratorium with a 6-month moratorium. Move it to the regular meeting on June 15th for final approval under items of business.
Mr. Chairman, may I clarify that the ending date put in here would be December the 15th? Is that okay?
Can I just restate it?
Vice Chairman Jones, if you want to restate your motion.
Yes, I move to approve the moratorium with 6 months time limit, move it to the regular meeting on June 15th, the ending date being you did say December, correct? 2026, so we can be clear on that.
December 15th.
December 15th, 2026.
That's second restated.
Board, again, updated motion. It's been properly seconded to approve a 6-month moratorium, move it to a regular business meeting on June 15th for final approval under items of business. Any further discussion or comments on that motion? Now I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Voting in favor, Commissioner Tyson, Vice Chairman Jones, Chairman Deviere, Commissioner Patel, and Commissioner Adams. Voting in opposition, Commissioner Fairclough.
Thank you, Board. County Manager Greer, if we can get a quick update on Senate Bill 670.
Assistant County Manager Phillips is going to provide an update.
Manager Phillips.
So just really briefly, an update on Senate Bill 730, which is the Ratepayer Protection Act. So this bill was initially filed in the Senate in March of 2026. It passed in the Senate and went to the House on June the 3rd. It passed in the House. It was returned to the Senate on June the 8th. It's now in the Senate Committee on Rules and Operations. In summary, the bill establishes new statewide requirements for the siting and operations of data centers, and it makes several changes to North Carolina's energy and utilities policy. The bill creates a new section in General Statute, Section 160, D7974, which requires that local governments require applicants for data centers to obtain certain site assessments for approving zoning or permits for new data centers. These assessments must include a sound analysis for the facility and the sound's impact on nearby residences and schools within 500 feet of the property. It also states that local governments are authorized to request additional studies for the process, such as groundwater effects, surface water, and air quality impacts. The bill also requires applicants in the process to attest that the data center will use a closed-loop water or liquid cooling system with minimal water consumption. All submitted site assessments must be used by the local government to determine consistency with the existing comprehension planning and zoning and noise ordinances and any other applicable laws. Just for awareness, these new requirements do not apply to data center sites that already have legislative, quasi-judicial, or administrative approval, provided any expansion does not increase the electrical demand by 100 megawatts or more. Additionally, there are several other provisions that the bill adds into the statutes. It adds a new requirement in GS 143.355-5A mandating the closed-loop water systems. There's language in there as well that prohibits ownership of data centers and the land they occupy by adversarial foreign governments or prohibited foreign parties. There's also a section that's been added, GS 62-142.1, requiring contracts between data centers and electric public utilities to include terms protecting residential, retail, and wholesale customers from increased costs and preventing cross-subsidization for electric bills. And then the bill amends GS 40A-14 to prohibit the use of eminent domain to facilitate the siting of a data center. And those are the main data center points.
Commissioner Tyson, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for giving us that update. So, Mr. Chairman, are we looking to potentially discuss a resolution in support of the bill, or what's the kind of the action here?
So I just wanted, as we're having the discussion around data center, that's going to speak more to the ordinance. I think is having situational awareness for the board, as this is an item that is moving through the legislature. Whether it moves through the Senate is yet to be known. But I think it's more for situational awareness as we begin to now look at our ordinances and making sure that anything we do, we're going to need to, if it's enacted, we need to make sure we're in compliance.
So as a follow-up, Mr. Chair, would we need to task staff with kind of looking at those requirements and making sure we're looking to incorporate those in our potential ordinance?
ACM scheme,
Yes, so we've actually already incorporated most of those into the draft data ordinance that will be reviewed by the Joint Planning Board.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioners, anything else on this item? All right, thank you for the update, and we'll go ahead and move forward to item J, Board of Elections Memorandum of Understanding Update. County Manager Greer.
Yes, we received a request from the Board of Elections regarding our memorandum of understanding. Assistant County Manager Tafana Bradley has been handling this item where we present this item and answer any questions you may have. And additional context may be provided by County Attorney Rick Moorfield.
Good evening. There aren't any additional updates other than what you have in your packet, other than the Board of Elections did meet on Tuesday. We negotiated the memorandum of understanding. It actually was updated. It's been 26 years since they updated that memorandum of understanding. It's a lot more clearer, outlining what we all do and the collaboration between the county and the Board of Elections. They approved it and signed it on Tuesday. And so we'd like for it to go to the June 15th meeting for the consent agenda.
Attorney Moorfield, anything to add before I open it up for questions?
No, I didn't really have much to do with this. I have reviewed it. Tafana has, ACM Bradley has handled this.
And Helen Nelson in his department, it was very helpful.
Board, any questions on this item?
I got a couple of questions, Mr. Chairman. You always got a couple of questions.
You're fine, Commissioner. That's why we're here. You're recognized.
Under number 2, I think that there ought to be some kind of, I guess you don't get to just tell our department chairs what you want to do as opposed to going through the manager and having a conversation with the manager. It's just upon the request of the Board of Elections, the county human resources will assist. And it talks about position classification, compensation ranges. That's a staff, and you can't do that without having the manager involved in that with HR. So I'd put the manager in there and not just go straight to HR. And it leaves finance and everybody out of the equation when you're talking about doing all of that. So I would think there need to be some language in there as to that. And then under number 4.
Commissioner Adams, can I just ask a clarifying question on 2? Yeah. So that doesn't, Mr. Attorney, that doesn't allow them to reclassify. That just allows them to have discussions directly with our county HR.
That's my understanding, yes. I mean, they can't reclassify. The Board of Commissioners must adopt a classification plan.
So just to that vein, just so we'll finish that thought, County Manager, if any department comes and is looking to do reclassification, do they come through you first to go to HR, or do they go to HR?
They go to HR, then they come to me.
Okay, but this is an outside board, so it's
It would
different.
still be the same process.
Okay, gotcha.
And so this is just for them to have that question, and because if you go down later, it's almost like it was implemented once they got through HR and did that. That was as to how we read this, so I'm gonna leave that to the attorney to be that. Okay, so, all right. As long as we got staff involved somewhere. Under number 4, it seems as though they're trying to have their cake and eat it too, under this grievance policy, is that either it's your policy, don't come to my HR to do this. If it's gonna go through the Board of Elections and the State Board of Elections, keep it in your bailiwick. Don't come and give me a little bit, but tell me I can't do anything with it. I just want you to do administrative stuff, what I tell you to do, but we make all these decisions. If that's the case, let them have all of that. There's no reason to bring it over to HR to get involved.
Mr. Attorney, anything to add to that portion?
It was difficult to work this language out, okay? But what they actually, this is the one that I saw, right?
It is.
Okay, all right.
It is.
Because there was another issue with that. But
Helen actually drafted this one.
Okay. But she was following a template that had been prepared. It really doesn't change what we have in place very much at all, because the existing memo, there's a provision in the personnel ordinance that grievance and disciplinary, 3 things that are left out for Board of Elections, but it says that they can request, but in writing to the county manager, to participate, do it fully, use them fully. And that's really all they had to do. But this is where we're at. But I didn't go in, I mean, I've looked at this thing a couple of times, but I did not look at it recently in the last couple of days. But I'm satisfied with it.
And if I could add, we did make some additions to this because in my previous county, Board of Elections was in my portfolio. And what I noticed when I came here is they were a little confused about the ACM's role. And so we added that in number 1. And I always report to the county manager everything that's going on with Board of Elections, their requests, their needs, and anything that's going on personnel-wise. So that was something that we added, to have a county administrative liaison.
Vice Chairman Jones, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm in agreement, and I also have some concerns. I'm in agreement with Commissioner Adams. I think that so that political issues don't be a conflict of interest, and I'm going to leave it there. Could go more deep in that. But as it stands now, I feel that the same way they have it now, they control all of that with grievance and issues and goes to the state. Like I said, I could get into it more deep, but concerns of political conflict of interest, it doesn't need to be coming over to the county HR and then coming to the commissioners whatsoever. As it should stand as is, they can control all of that and let the state take care of that. I have concerns of biased political interest because we are a partisan board. I'm just going to put it out there. I don't think it's appropriate for it to come to our HR, any grievance complaints about employees or staff, let them just continue to handle that. And I would like for the wording to be assured that that stays in place. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for transparency and to avoid conflict of interest with political confusion.
So County Manager Greer.
We're not a nonpartisan board. Thank you.
County Manager Greer, to the Vice Chairman's question, that's how it's written now, correct? Based on how we're currently operating.
I've got to pull it up. I'm in my item.
I think you had. Go ahead. I'll let you look at it. It looks like we're following the same procedures we're following today. So those grievances go to the state.
Yes.
Okay. To the Vice Chairman's point. Okay. So it's following what she's asking as it stands now.
Yeah, I don't feel it should be changed.
No.
Okay.
Staff grievances have been going to HR. Grievances against the Board of Elections members goes to the state.
So, but that has not changed from an operational standpoint as we're doing it now. This does not change that.
No.
So if there's a,
Yes, that's the way it's always been done.
Staff grievances go to HR, and the board grievances have to go to the state.
okay. Vice Chairman Jones, and I'll go to Commissioner Tyson.
And sometimes there can be some discrepancy of that, so I would like the verbiage to state clearly that, because I think that sometimes people get confused with that. So perhaps that can help unconfuse staff, elected officials, and everything. If it is just simplified and said just that if you have a complaint against any elected officials, so that everybody can understand the process, that you need to file it through the state like you're supposed to. It shouldn't even be routing through these commissioners or even HR. And I think that needs to be verbally stated so we don't have any confusion, present or future. That needs to be done.
And Vice Chair, you're talking about specifically if a staff member has a complaint against a board member?
Absolutely. We don't want to confuse anyone, and we want to make sure that there isn't any grievance or complications or hostility for either us or staff. So we want to make sure everything's a smooth transaction. So make it clear to everybody for just any cases. I think clarification is always best.
Commissioner Tyson, and I'll come back to Commissioner Patel.
So, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I agree with the Vice Chair. I think under 3C, if you look at the authority provision, I think that kind of gives us some cover there, because it says the role of the County Human Resources Department will be administrative and advisory in nature and will not be construed to authorize the county or its human resources to approve, disapprove, modify, otherwise exercise authority over personnel that are vested by law. So I think, to the Vice Chair's point, it's good that we've got that covered in the agreement. Now, my question is this, really directly to the county attorney or the county manager. When we look at other relationships we have of similar nature, like our boards over at TDA, for example, or that utilize our human resources department, what's our policies and procedures around those? And is this very similar in nature to how we address some of those interlocal relationships with other, like our sheriff's office and things like that?
Of course, the sheriff's office has its own system, disciplinary, pretty much HR system. The TDA doesn't have any employees. I mean, actually, I think the Board of the registered deeds, they use our stuff somewhat, but they do have a few little things that they do differently. The sheriff's got their own. The Board of Elections, I mean, those are county employees. They are employees of the Board of Elections, but they're, they all are county employees. And the way that the MOU they've had in place since 2002, I think.
2000.
They have always handle it like the county does, with the exception of the director. The county manager is the ultimate decision maker for an appeal for an employee who files a grievance against a supervisor or the department head. It goes to the county manager. And in some instances, the county manager's decision, if it's a department head, can go to the board. That's only happened one time since I've been here. The Board of Elections is different, and the county manager has always acknowledged that if there was a complaint against the director, that director doesn't report to the county manager. He or she reports to the Board of Elections. So we've always handled it that way. And anything against the Board of Elections, we've always told them to file it with the state board, which is the entity that oversees the Board of Elections. So it's worked.
So we really don't have a relationship like this that we can really point to that's really the same in another area of county government.
No, there's not another state board that appoints the members of a board that is overseeing county employees.
I got you. Okay, that answers my question. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioners, Commissioner Patel, and I'll come back to you, Vice Chairman Jones.
Chairman, I think my question was answered by the county attorney. just wanted to clarify that the county manager is the final decision maker.
Vice Chairman Jones, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and perhaps at a later date, in lieu of time, the board might consider doing as the city has. They do have, I do believe, a ethics commission committee or board. That might be something we'd like to put in place, just for consideration another date. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Adams, recognized.
So I'm listening to, so you're saying the county employees that come through the manager, not the director?
Under our system, a regular online employee goes to their supervisor, and then they can appeal to the department head.
Okay.
And in some instances, a decision by the department head can be appealed to the county manager, and that's the end of it.
Well, this one says, will not be construed to authorize the county or its human resources department to approve, disapprove, modify, or otherwise exercise authority over personnel decisions that are vested in the Board of Elections. I mean, I just don't, that language is just kind of confusing to me.
Because typically what happens is, so for example, if an employee has an issue and they go to HR, HR will field the issue, but it goes back to the Board of Elections. Because they make the final decision.
For the employees or for the director? I guess I'm confused between a county employee and a director. The director, clearly, it falls up underneath the board. It's just like any other board. You hire one person and that's the director. Like, you know, if I'm sitting on the board over at Federal State, we hire the chancellor and that's it. He does everything else. So here, I'm just trying to figure out, when we talk about this, are we just talking about the director, or are you talking about the employees too? So
The difference between the director and the employees is that goes to the state.
The director. Okay.
The other employees, HR is like, almost like a consultant. They're using some of the policies, they're gonna follow some of the policies, that it's more of a consulting, but they make the ultimate decision whether to promote someone, to terminate someone that isn't the director.
So what's the appeal from that? You just die right there, they make the decision, and either you go to court or what? I mean, everywhere else, there's some kind of appeal process, whether they appeal it to the state board or something. So basically, I make a grievance against somebody in the office who then they determine, I don't like that grievance or whatever, and then there's something wrong with that process. I don't understand it. Okay. I guess that's the way the state statute reads.
It is.
Wow. Great. That's great. So I guess they have to go, the last question. Mr. Attorney, I guess they have to then file it in court if you're not happy with the decision of that board. Because there doesn't seem to be an appeal process from this thing right here.
Are you talking about of the state board?
A county employee makes a grievance, the HR is administratively just kind of pushing the paperwork through. It goes back to the person that you made the grievance upon, who makes the decision, and it ends. They don't have, where's the appeal? Do they go to court? Do they appeal it? I mean, when you have a policy, you want your employees to understand what's the next procedure. From here, it doesn't even tell me that you have the right to go to court or you got a right to appeal it. It seems to just die.
It's in the policy. I mean, I can't pull up this document. I can't look at it.
So maybe I guess this is a memorandum and then there's a policy.
Yeah, well, the stuff is based on, there's a policy based on our ordinance. But there is a provision in the system so that if the decision maker is the person that the complaint is against, that would be appealable to the county.
They have statutory authority.
I didn't realize you were in
They have statutory authority.
Let me turn this over to our personnel expert.
Go ahead, come on, my personnel expert.
No, he can come up.
Kevin.
Give him the paper so he's gonna get me squared away. Thanks, Chris. I'm good to have him online looking at this stuff.
I just heard Commissioner Adams' question, and I just wanted to alert
Thank you.
I know our attorney knows this, but I know there's a lot on his plate. There is a statute, 163-33, powers and duties of the County Board of Elections, and under subdivision 10, they appoint and remove the board's clerk, assistant clerks, and other employees, and appoint and remove precinct transfer assistants as provided in the statute. So the way the Board of Elections is set up, they control their personnel as far as if there's any kind of discipline. To your question, where do they appeal to?
Yeah.
There's no appeal. It's just like the sheriff's office. The sheriff has a statute, and the Register of Deeds has a statute that says they appoint and approve personnel.
I don't know if I want to work there, boy. Okay, thank you.
So I just.
I guess I have to go to Raleigh and get one of my representatives and say, you need to look at this. There has to be some protection for people. I mean, that's just.
Well, here's the thing.
But y'all are right. I got you.
They can set up any system they desire.
The power.
Right, so they could have an MOU with us that they would then could come back to the county and have the manager be the arbitrator if they wanted to.
Yes.
But it's not in this MOU because they didn't want it in that MOU, so it dies with them. Gotcha.
I don't think they can delegate final authority to anyone else other than they have the final authority. They can set up an appeals process about how you go through a disciplinary process, but they retain to themselves, as per the statute, the authority. I'm sorry. They retain to themselves, as per the statute, the final decision making. But they can set up any process they choose how to get there. And my understanding is they want to use the way the county does it, but that's their choice.
Thank you.
Anything else, Commissioner? Thank you for coming in and clarifying that.
Thank you.
Vice Chairman Jones, you're recognized.
No comment at this time. Thank you.
Board, let's see, Assistant Manager Bradley, you are looking for what action from the board? Move this forward?
To the June 15th meeting.
Okay. I will entertain a motion to move this item forward. Commissioner Tyson, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion that we move the memorandum of understanding between Cumberland County and the Cumberland County Board of Elections to the June 15, 2026 agenda as a consent agenda item.
Second.
Got a motion to move the Board of Elections MOU to the June 15th Board of Commissioners meeting on the consent agenda. Any discussions or comments on the motion? Hearing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Voting in favor, Commissioner Tyson, Chairman Deviere, Commissioner Patel, Commissioner Fairclough. Voting in opposition, Vice Chairman Jones and Commissioner Adams.
So, just a question, Commissioners, Commissioner Adams or Commissioner Jones, are there substantive changes you want to see the MOU for it to come forward based on our discussions here? You don't have to answer if you're just an objection to it, but if there's changes that need to be made that you would like to see before it comes to us.
I'll read back through it and I'll look at that
I'll
statute.
be
But
glad to say it. My concern of the statute is just as Commissioner Adams said, and I'll be transparent, I'm not comfortable unless they're willing to put a clause in there in case there's a grievance or issue with one employee against another. There needs to be an appeal process, either that automatically you can appeal to the state or they're going to put one in place. If not, I can't support that. I can't support, I might have an issue with you, you have one with me, and then there's no equal equality or fairness to decide is it a legit or just a discrepancy of personalities. So unless something is put in place for an appeal, issues between employees, I will not be in support of it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Tyson, you recognize that we're going to move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to pose an inquiry to the chair in terms of the motion that was just presented and approved. We had some discussion about if it wasn't a unanimous vote on the item, whether or not it could move forward as a consent agenda item or not. I just wanted to make sure that the motion was proper in the way that it was worded, in the way that it's moving through, since the item was not unanimous.
Yes, sir, and if a commissioner wishes to remove it from the consent agenda, they can remove it from the consent agenda. It'll be an item of business. That's been a procedural by this board, an informal procedure so unless, if a commissioner, based on the way the vote was to move it to consent, if a commissioner on Monday night wishes to move it off the consent, they can move it off the consent.
Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Chairman.
That would be the ruling of the chair. So a quick question before we move off of that. So any changes to the grievance appeal process would need to be changed at the state level, or what you're saying, they could, the local board of elections could put a policy in place?
Correct.
Okay, so could we ask our board of, could we ask?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. McGuck and Mike can clarify this. Have you seen, did you review this?
I have not.
Okay, never mind.
All right, then let's not, I don't want to dig any further. My question, my direction based on the questions from the two commissioners that were in opposition, I would like to look at, ask the Board of Elections if they have something in place for appealing a grievance. That seems to be the sticking point, that our employee, a county employee, because they are a county employee, has no mechanism through an appeal, like a regular employee does. So would they have an appetite for any of that? And if we can get that back in email, that would be great. At least then the two commissioners would understand.
Yeah.
All right, that clear?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and move forward to item K, funding contract for Cape Fear Valley Health System. County Manager Greer.
Yes, Rick Moorfield, County Attorney, will present this item regarding the contract for the Cape Fear Valley Health System. More importantly, the part of the hospital budget. Rick?
Commissioners, the document itself spells out the timeline of when all this was approved and done. There were actually two funds set up, the $1 million funding to establish a new health program as authorized by that statute. And then, it's called the scholarship fund, but it's actually a financial assistance program. And the $10 million, a third of that was appropriated in this current budget, and it stated that it would be a third appropriated for the next 2 fiscal years. And I combined these in this contract because it was efficient to do so. The documents that are attached to it is what the hospital provided me as the basis for what they're doing. And I've drafted this, and the hospital has approved it. It consists of the 2.1, the $1 million fund that's described, and that was the fund that has always been called the scholarship fund, but it's really a financial assistance program for attracting and keeping residents, physicians in the county by financial aid to medical students taught and receiving training within the medical hospital who are residents of Cumberland County. And it does what the board was wanting to do in a way that complies with the statute. The $10 million fund is also to base that on the statute that's cited there, 149C15 is in what the statute that lists and describes how counties can spend tax revenue. And this complies with that statute. Both of these do. What is included in that, and this was what the hospital approved, was necessary capital needs to maintain or equip medical facilities for the provision of services to patients or for training healthcare providers. They were wanted, and that's in here. They could also use it to develop and fund a program to fill needed staff positions for the medical school to meet the employment goals set forth in Exhibit 3. It cannot be used to pay salaries, but it may be used for purposes ancillary to the recruitment and relocation of staff to Fayetteville. And I think those goals and use are consistent with what the statute provides. And the rest of the language is just the typical structure that we have for making payments to nonprofits and for monies that have been appropriated. And I'll try to answer any questions if you have any.
Board questions, Commissioner Adams Reckness.
I just got one. Under terms of contract, if this is gonna be 27, 28, you don't want it to expire June 2028. You want it to expire 2029? Because that'll be a year because if you budgeted in 28, at June of 28, that's when, so it should be 29, right?
I was just basing it on what we've done, because you've got, a third of that is in this year's budget, and I've told folks I've been talking to, make a request for funds next week.
Yeah, but you got, whereas the board intends to commit this for 2027 and then 2028. If we do it in 2028, we don't even do our budget to the end, before the end, June of 2028. So there's no way they can spend it. You see what I'm saying? That, just make it 29, and that gives them that year.
We can move it.
Does that make sense?
But I thought I was referencing fiscal year 27, 28, which ends in June, in the middle of each one of those years.
You're referencing the FY.
Yeah.
I was just giving them an extra year to make sure with the new stuff they got coming in, that we don't come back and terminate that, because it's automatic, unless it terminates on that date. So that's just giving them an extra year to be able to make sure that they can use those funds or whatever.
It's fine to add to it. I mean, what you stated in the.
Are you going to need to bring it back through the hospital attorney?
No.
Okay. All right.
They will not object.
Or are you okay with those modifications?
Yes.
All right. All right. Any other questions on this? Leave it to the attorney in the room. Any other questions? All right, hearing none, I'll entertain a motion. Commissioner Fairclough.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to approve the contract and move it to the June 15th, 2026 Board of Commissioners meeting as a consent agenda item.
Second. A motion to approve the funding contract for Cape Fear Valley Health System. It's been probably seconded. Any discussion or comments on the motion?
Mr. Chair, a friendly amendment to
With that
that,
29th.
with the changes
With the
proposed
changes.
by Commissioner Adams.
Y'all both good with that?
Acceptable to me. I just said the contract.
That's fine.
What are you changing about the contract?
All right. Any other questions on that? We understand with the changes as mentioned, as with under consensus. Any other questions or comments on the motion? Seeing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
Madam Clerk, just make sure that reflects the changes as well. All right, we'll go ahead and move to item L, the added item resolution for board consent on, sorry, did not. Which one, what's it on?
County Board of Education.
Yeah, that's right, Board of Education.
On the extension of Celebration Drive.
So we'll move to the resolution resolution from the Board of Education, and I'll turn it over to Attorney Martin.
And I apologize for not getting this to you on the agenda, but I just got it about 10 o'clock this morning, and they with the timing of everything, and I told them that I would try to walk it on. What this is about, and this has been going on for about a year, is the county owns about a 35-acre parcel of land. Well, actually, they own all the land now where Grays Creek Middle School is on, and this is a separate parcel, but it's part of the school property. And it's only due to a financing. It was financing. It was refinancing that was done, I think, in 2021 that required the county to be the owner of the property, and we've done that with about every school that there's been construction in the last 20 years with refinancings. But it's not county. It is county property, but we have had a lease and management agreement with the school board for all of them, and there's supposed to be one for this one, but it is not recorded, and Nick Zook and I are trying to run that down through the bond council, but by which the Board of Commissioners has given full management of the property to the school board, and that's the way we've done. We did you granted an easement to I think South River Electric on this same property about 2 years ago, maybe early last year, and it was the same process. We got notice from the school that they approved doing it and wanted it to be done, and that was put in the minutes, and you granted. This is a resolution that was sent to me today, and it's only, I think, asking for allowing Prewitt Land Company to engage surveying and engineering firm to do the surveying and engineering work for the purpose of preparing and recording a plat of what this new extension will be. Celebration Drive dead ends in front of Cape Fear Middle now, and there's a lot of development across that's attached to it, and I think there's going to be another big subdivision put in that's adjoining that. And by the resolution, the school board wants this. They think that it will, the increased road access will be good for the traffic control and for emergencies. And that's all it is. The only reason the board has it is because it's titled in the county's name. And what they're asking for is to your consent to that.
Board questions on this? Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when this came over, was there any timeline requests for us to review this, or what was the nature of the expediency of this?
Well, this has been dragging out so long, and with my not being here for the next 2 weeks and the limited time in July, there's no immediacy, but they asked for it.
Commissioner Tyson, you have a follow-up?
Yeah, so Mr. Chair, in the resolution, there's some additional documents that are referenced that are not attached. I think it may be prudent for us to get copies of those documents so we can understand the entirety of the request before taking action. Can we request those additional documents?
I have the documents. The reason that I didn't provide them is because there was 11 pages, and it's recorded plats and stuff, but I can email all that package to each commissioner.
Or put it up in the agenda if we move it.
Well, put it in the agenda.
Either way.
I really was just asking, getting on this here so you could maybe put it on the agenda Monday. But I'll put the full package on the agenda for Monday if you want to move it.
Anything else?
Mr. Chair, thank you.
Commissioner Abdur.
So I guess my question, because it goes down into that cul-de-sac, is this just going to take that 60-foot and put it, I guess the subdivisions that's doing it has a road that's coming through by that subdivision, and they're going to just take that road all the way through Celebration, and then you got two ways in and out. Is that kind of what we're looking at?
This is extending Celebration to
Yeah.
Clifton McNeil Highway.
So it can go past that subdivision, then you got two. But it's basically more so for the benefit of the schools, it's for the benefit of the developer, which helps the school at the end of the day. But that's what seems to be, if y'all know what Celebration is, it has that little cul-de-sac. And I think there's a road that's probably in those plats that's going to come up. They need that 60-foot just to connect those two together. That's kind of, okay.
Board, any other questions on this? I will entertain a motion to move this forward to Monday's meeting as an item of business.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Second.
We've got a motion to move resolution, Cumberland County Board of Education supporting and requesting the extension of Celebration Drive to our June 15th Board of Commissioners meeting as an item of business. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion or comments on the motion? Commissioner Patel.
I have one question, Mr. Chairman. And this may be for the county attorney. Is this project in the budget that the school board has presented to us for next fiscal year?
It's my understanding that the developer is building this.
The development or developers?
If you look at line, who it was going to go for?
7.
They were going to be able to cost. We had that last whereas before.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, you see it?
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on the motion?
And that's subject to getting all that.
Yeah.
Okay.
But if the item, we need all the items uploaded, or it won't get moved Monday night. Any Any other questions? All right, hearing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
All right, thank you. At this time, that concludes that portion. We'll move to item 4, project updates. County Manager Greer, I'll let you start with I'll let you start with any on the project updates. We'll group A through E. If there's significant updates that you want to update us on based on what's in the agenda, or I'll open it up for commissioners to ask questions.
I would say one item that we probably need to go over. I would say we had an earlier discussion this week about the contract for the Aquatic Center that's going to come Monday. And then there's some information regarding Shaw Heights that would like, outside of what's in the agenda, unless something, a question, commissioners, you all have a question, Chief of Staff Ty Vaught can provide information context for. On the water and sewer updates, it's pretty laid out, and there's some additional information that we're working through to provide a detailed schedule. I think we should, any discussion with that should probably wait until August. We're doing a lot of robust work trying to get some agreements in place to bring back to the board in the August timeframe with some partners in the county. Outside of that, it's the board's pleasure on the other item. And I say the Crown Theater, we got a pretty much robust update earlier today.
So, board, based on the items that have been presented for item A through E, I'll entertain your questions around those projects. Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For item A, as that comes back on the Aquatic Center, I looked at the timeline, and I think it's a good timeline. My only concern is I didn't see anything in there identifying specifically recommendations on funding source. I know it's going to be a broad discussion, and you're not going to have a narrowly tailored budget, but just some preliminary ideas, especially as we're going through the budget and some of the complexities we're having with that.
The initial planning is $500K that's already allocated in the CIF, the Capital Investment Fund. For the broader project, I haven't engaged LS3P because we didn't have a contract. I didn't want to use up any money beforehand. But I would say soon thereafter, I'll probably get a general estimate and provide it either by email or at the meeting at the July 20th meeting.
With some funding source options.
Yes.
Okay.
So, County Manager Greer, correct me if I'm wrong, when that feasibility study is really covering 3 things: the financial stack, how it's going to be funded, the funding stack, and options, locations, and programs. Okay. Any other questions on the other projects, Commissioner Tyson? Other commissioners? What did you want to do on Shaw Heights? Do you want to bring that back at another?
No, we had a survey. We had a survey results, and Chief of Staff Ty Vaught can present those if you would like. If not, they're contained in the document.
I guess I would ask commissioners: are there any questions on those survey results?
Let me just one clarification. So in your packet, you have a copy of the survey.
Yeah.
We still do have the survey ongoing. It's ongoing. Just for full transparency, there are 118 parcels in that area. 53 owners. 5 are owner occupied, and so it is difficult to contact a lot of the owners because they don't live locally. So we have done a campaign with our PIO office to send out postcards, do some engagement online, social media, as well as a link. And so I've gotten some calls, but I'm still looking for some more engagement there. What we're doing this week as well, as actually next week, is we are going to reach out and do a blitz with our folks who are staying there and see if they would respond to the survey. Initially, remember, you recall that Commissioner Fairclough had wanted the initial engagement to go to the owners, but we're going to also engage those renters, which may also cause some cross engagement with the folks who are the landlords as well.
Commissioner Adams, you're recognized.
I guess my question would be, did you go to the tax department and look to see who the tax person is and send it to them, mail it there?
Yes, sir, that's what we did.
And you didn't get any returns?
No, sir, I did get some return mail, but as far as,
They paid their bill though. Now I need to know if they've been paying their bills if it came back. Oh, Lord have mercy.
yes, sir, but we have gotten some calls for people to kind of speak directly about what they would like, but the engagement for the actual survey data hasn't been what we wanted to. We try to keep the survey concise, because I know how long surveys can be, but we're going to continue that, and I really hope to bring something back substantial to the board at the next agenda session.
Mr. Chair, and I think this has been done once before with all of that.
It has. We did it back during the consolidated planning process about 5 years ago, and so we have that data, but we were just trying to refresh it because it had been such a long time, and there are some new owners there.
Anything else, Commissioners? Commissioner Fairclough, your recommendation.
You know, this has been around for a long time, and the only solution to this thing is going to be for the city to annex it. And I just wondered if there's any way that the county can help facilitate that in some way. You know, that's going to be the long-term solution. My opinion.
Yeah.
Commissioner Adams, you recognize round
Well,
two.
And that would have been, I think with the new PWC director who's willing to go ahead and run some pipe into, the other ones weren't willing to do that. We had conversation, they're willing to work with us in terms of providing, and I think that changes that whole, the whole area, if you can get water up there in that area and some of that. And coming up Shaw Road, DOT is going to turn the road and align it with Shaw Mill Road. So down at the bottom, right where you go down that hill, when you're coming down that hill from Bragg Boulevard, it's going to go through Shaw Heights and line up with Shaw Mill Road. So they're going to take some of that out. Already, DOT coming down Merck's Road at the top has already gone in, and they're changing that whole. They're doing eminent domain up coming down already doing that area. That you should see the plan that they have for all of Merckson Road, all the way down to Country Club. It's amazing.
Yeah.
So I think some things are going to change up there.
It'd be nice to see that.
Get you an update on it. So, just one point on that around the water. I think that's part of, what we're also looking on the regional side, regionalization side. That's an opportunity that's in the county that we could, the same process we're going through in some of the other unincorporated areas, that we can look at how we can bring resources in that area and create water and sewer systems in that area. I think that's part of the steps I'm trying to identify, and then identify what we want it to be or where we want to go before we identify what type of water and sewer would go there, whether it's going to be commercial, residential, et cetera. But we can, with our water systems and the way we're doing a regionalization, we can fix that problem. We don't need to wait on anybody anymore. Any other questions on any of the projects? Quick question from the chair, Unhoused Support Center, the Manna Dream contract, just the timeline on that. I know you're still working through it, but when do you think it'll come back to us?
So the Manna Dream contract is complete. It is in finance to review. I had planned to bring it on Monday for you all to see and approve once, and have authority for you to sign once we finish pre-audit and legal sufficiency. It's been reviewed by legal several times, so I don't have any concerns that it won't move through there quickly.
Has our board seen it?
Monday is when I was going to bring it.
So that's the first time we'll see it. Is that at a Board of Commissioners meeting, not at a previous meeting or through any of the committees?
That is correct.
Okay. And I understand the expedition of it. County Manager, I'll leave that up to you. If you want to bring it forward, and we can talk amongst the board if they want to. The only thing I would ask is just make sure we got all the documents up ahead of time if it comes to us on Monday.
Okay. If we can't get it done by Monday, we'll let you know.
And we've got a couple other budget meetings, so.
One of them. Y'all want to be here all night.
All right, board, anything else on projects? All right, seeing none, we'll move to item 4, our monthly reports. Board, all the information is on the agenda and on our dashboard. Do you have any questions? County Manager, is there any changes to any of the monthly reports that have been uploaded?
No.
Okay. Board question on those monthly reports. Commissioner Tyson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Without objection, I would move that we receive the monthly reports and move on to item 6 of the agenda.
Second motion.
Commissioners, before I entertain a motion, I'll take that you got a motion and it's been seconded, so I will open it up for discussion. Any discussion on any of the monthly reports or on the motion, actually? All right, hearing none, I will go ahead and entertain, I will ask for your vote to accept all the monthly reports, items A through E. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
We'll move to item 6, Commissioner request. Move to that. And Vice Chairman Jones, I will recognize you for your commissioner request if you'd like to address it today, if you're ready to address it today. And we'll give you your 5 minutes to pitch it to the board or ask your request to the board.
Yes, I'm ready at this time.
Go ahead.
Yes, I would like to discuss that we have a policy discussion on upcoming meetings in regards to virtual board participation. While my top priority remains attending all scheduled sessions, I want you all to know that I think it's time that we do consider perhaps workshops in person, unforeseen, because not just for myself but others, sometimes there's medical unforeseen or personal emergencies can occasionally create physical barriers to attendance. Therefore, as I am aware, many other boards have taken in consideration for virtual attendance and remoting vote. Therefore, I am asking at this time that we do also consider that to update the policy in regards to critical steps forwards to being in alignment with modern accessibility standards. Formalizing remote participation serves as a vital alignment with the acts of ADA. It also ensures a systematic inclusion of any handicapped or physical limited county employees or elected officials, granting them structural framework necessary to fully participate in county governmental proceedings, voting in business without barriers. Also, many peer agencies, municipal organizations, and elected governmental bodies currently recognize virtual participation as a valid mechanism for both casting official votes and for establishing a legal quorum. Implementing the standard would also modernize our operations, guaranteeing comprehensive, constituent representation during critical government, county governmental voting, and maintain institutional efficiencies, which commissioners face inevitable physical limitations and therefore also medical emergencies and family emergencies. Also, I'd like to say, please be advised, we take this into consideration, adjusting its policies. This will allow for a highly positive and practical solution. For example, outside of declared state of emergency, local governments retain full home rule authority under North Carolina statutory frameworks to amend their own local rules of procedure to define how a quorum is met and how votes are collected. This local policy also modification falls squarely within our authority to optimize local county operations. Furthermore, this adjustment is not designed to replace our standard enforcement commitment. However, it serves for a strict administrative safeguard for exceptional circumstances, medical recoveries, and formal ADA accommodations. By maintaining robust video streams, public transparency remains completely intact, ensuring that our constituents never lose their vote and our constituents for their representation on this board due to commissioners' temporary family emergencies or health barrier. I look forward to discussing this today and for us to take these in consideration for equitability and progressive policy framework. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, Madam Vice Chair, is your request, is your request to allow, we have a policy now for remote meeting attendance, but is your request that it would be looked at as part of the quorum?
Yes, as the quorum and the vote. As, for instance, Dr. Council is out at this particular time, but I think that when our body allows us, meaning the community, to serve for us, making these accommodations, and not just for commissioners, but overall policy of consideration for that of staff as well, is very important for all voices to be heard at the table.
So, Attorney Moorfield, correct me if I'm wrong, so the current, a member can vote remotely, a board member can vote remotely, we're set up to do that, we have the mechanism, they need to be logged in into our system and vote, but currently a quorum cannot be established by virtual members, and except in the case of state of emergency.
Correct, and that's a statutory requirement.
So that's a state law, so that's not something we can
That's correct.
change.
It was a case law.
Case law.
It was one of the counties had that, and they ended up filing a lawsuit against them and told them they couldn't do that. They had to actually they had to have 4 in the room. The other ones could be online, but you had to have 4 in the room.
Anything else, Commissioner Adams?
No, sir.
Commissioner Faircloth, you recognize?
Yeah, I was about to bring up what y'all were just talking about, but what would, okay, forget about the quorum situation, but what's different, what would need to be changed in a new policy to accommodate all of this? In other words, are we not, does it not work the way we're doing it now or not? I just don't understand exactly what the problem is.
Commissioner, is there a piece of the way we're currently doing it that we need to change?
Well, it was my understanding, unless I was understanding incorrectly, for instance, I mean, even for in-phone calls, and like I said, we already have a member that's already been out for various reasons. I just didn't know if in regards to, I guess I was misunderstanding about how the quorum worked itself. I'm just trying to put things in place to ensure that all individuals can participate when needed, be it by virtual or even by telephone. And as of my understanding, we cannot by telephone if you're out. Is that not correct? Just by via virtual? Is that not accurate? Is your vote allowed to be counted if you telephonically call in with the policy?
Yeah, Ms. Jones, I think if you recall, we went through several meetings last fall, Rule 25, and we actually established, I think what you're asking for has already been established in the rules, boards, and procedure to the greatest extent that we can. A person attending remotely does not count for a quorum. So if there were 3 members here in the room, there wouldn't be a meeting. As long as there's 4 in the room, under the rules you have, you can vote remotely. Participate and vote remotely. And I'm not going to go through all the details again, but it's in your rules of procedure now. And for medical reasons and any other reasons that there's a process for doing it. I'll be glad to forward that to you directly so you can look at that like tomorrow or something.
And does that also cover committee meetings? In our policy, do we cover our committee meetings as well? I think that's one of the points.
Okay.
So it doesn't cover our committee meetings. I think maybe that's a point you were alluding to, Vice Chair.
I was alluding to the committee meetings, number 1, and then if it's statute, there's nothing to do about it. But as you stated, if there's only 3, I was hoping that perhaps with the quorum, we've had that happen a few times, so we don't have to cancel a meeting. But you're stating that it must be 4 in the room, and so if that's statute where we can't change that, I was looking at both, as he stated, for the committees, number 1, but then on the quorum end of things, like say if one of us were to join by virtual, so that the meeting would not have to be canceled. However, you're stating it must be 4 in person. Is that what I'm hearing? There's no way we can change that?
For a Board of Commissioners meeting, a committee meeting, you'd have more flexibility because it's not a Board of Commissioners meeting. And I think you've already done that in terms of participating remotely and being part of having the committee.
Commissioner Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to say I support the Vice Chair's memo We're all elected to serve here by our constituents in the community, and every commissioner should have the right to be heard and have the right to vote, even if they can't be here physically. So to the fullest extent that we can by law, whatever we need to accommodate any commissioner that can't be here in person, I would like for us to explore at not just our board meetings, but also our committee meetings as well, Mr. Chair.
So Commissioner Tyson's Policy Committee Chair, will you take that up in your August meeting and make any reflections we need to make and bring it back to the board?
Mr. Chair, I'll call a special meeting if I need to go ahead and get it resolved. No issue there. So you just, whatever we need to do to get this resolved.
You're the chair of that committee, sir. You can have a conversation with the vice chairman, look at the sense of urgency, or look at what we have, and as a policy, if the board's okay with that, we can direct it to the policy chair and move it forward. Anybody have any issues with that? Okay. Vice
Thank
Chairman,
you. That's fine. That's satisfying.
Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and move forward to item 7. We have a closed session. Vice Chairman Jones, I'll entertain a motion to go into closed session.
I move that we go into closed session for 2 reasons. Number 1, attorney-client matter pursuant to NCGS 143-318.11A3, and also number 2, real property acquisition pursuant to NCGS 143-318.11A5.
Second motion.
We've got a motion to go into closed session. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion or comments on the motion? Hearing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous.
And Madam Clerk, if you'll secure the room. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to come out of closed session. Vice Chairman Jones, you're recognized.
Yes, I move to come out of closed session for attorney-client matter pursuant to NCGS 143-318.11A3, as well as come out of closed session for real property acquisition pursuant to NCGS 143-318.11A5.
Second.
Got a motion to come out of closed session. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll ask for your vote. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous?
We're out of closed session. There's no action for the board to take coming out of closed session, and there was no specific case referenced under attorney-client matter privilege that we addressed. This time, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
We've got a motion to adjourn. It's been properly seconded. All in favor, raise your right hand.
Unanimous?
And we're adjourned.